We shall now have a moment of silent prayers and meditation. Thank you so much. We may now take our seats. Good morning, honorable members. We shall greet the Premier in absentia, all MECs. We shall greet the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mepusha Tebogo Mamrovela, the Chair of Chairs, Ntate Mukoni, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Ntate Ngobeni, Chief Whip, Mukonyana, Deputy Chief Whip, and the Whipari, entire Whipari, Leader of the Opposition, Ntate Mapoulo, and other honorable members on the opposition benches. All honorable members, let me take this opportunity to greet our guests present here today. We're honored and blessed to have leaders of our political parties present, but in particular, we shall greet the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress. You are welcome in this sitting. Let me welcome the HODs from different departments that are with us today, and as well greet specifically the MEC for Provincial Treasury. He has brought a number of guests. I'm not sure if he brought his family, but a number of guests are here. Feel acknowledged in the gallery, but as well, let me greet all our followers in the social media that today, on Tuesday, 25th November 2025, we are here in the Limpopo Legislative Chamber to proceed with the business of the Limpopo Legislature. Without wasting time, I'll now move to item 2. Item 2, in terms of our order paper, deals with Rule 145, which is motions without notice. Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. I stand on behalf of the Democratic Alliance and ask that this House congratulates the dancing duo of Adelaide Hlongwane and Happy Romano. Takes note that the pair reached the second round of the Amateur Latin World Open Championships in 2025, which was held in the Netherlands. Note that the event featured a wide range of ballroom and Latin dancing competitors from across the world, including professional, amateur, youth, junior, and juvenile divisions. Further note that this ballroom pair have been finalists in the Amateur Latin World Championships for 3 years, namely 2022, 2024, and 2025. It is a wonderful achievement for them to have brought medals back to South Africa, and more particularly to Limpopo. We ask that this House congratulates the pair on their outstanding achievement and ask that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture do more to assist with the sponsorship of this team and others who would like to compete but cannot due to funding issues. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Small.
Speaker, I stand to rise to second the motion as read by Honourable Lindy Wilson. Thank you.
Any further motion? Honorable Nenguda.
On a point of order, Speaker.
On the point of order.
Speaker, in terms of Rule 148, an urgent motion directly concerning the privilege of the House shall take precedence over other motions and orders of the day. You would recall that I've sent you a motion on privilege, and I therefore request that the same should take precedence in terms of the rules.
The motion has been considered by the program committee and it has been programmed accordingly. Can we please proceed? Any further motions without notice? Honorable Nenguda?
On a point of order, Speaker. Speaker, I've quoted directly from the rules. There's nothing in these rules that say the program committee can overrule the rules. And therefore, I insist that we follow the rules that is applicable to you. Thank you.
Honorable Marx, we have followed the rules. The rule 148 is not read in isolation. It's one statement there. That does not mean when you read the rules, you must read from 146. It follows down until that one sentence that says to you, those motions, when we come to item 145, item 146 rules, the motion will take precedence. I agree. Honorable Nengoda, you can proceed.
Very much, Ndiyaribuwa murangaphanḓa washu ndi tshi tama u lumelisa vhahulisei vhaṱhomphei miraḓo ya buthano ḽa vhusimamilayo ḽa vundu ḽashu ḽa Limpopo ndi lumelise hafhu na vhurangaphanḓa African National Congress vharangaho phanḓa nga vha Musanda Vho Madadzhe. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to applaud the African National Congress in Limpopo for the successful launch of the gender-based violence and femicide on Friday, the 21st of November, 2025, in the Wembe region. This initiative follows the declaration of GBVF as a national disaster, according to Section 23 of the Disaster Management Act, Section 23 of 2000. This campaign reflects the ANC Limpopo's commitment to translating national priorities into local action. It demonstrates that the African National Congress is not only responding to this urgent call, but it is also reinforcing its own manifesto, which strongly commits to fighting GBVF. Madam Speaker, the African National Congress manifesto recognizes gender justice as central to building a safe, inclusive, and democratic society. Campaigns such as this are practical of that vision. It came at a critical time as South Africa observes the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children. By raising awareness, the African National Congress in Limpopo is making an effort to eradicate GBVF, which has claimed lots of lives, left children orphaned, and women and children living in fear every day. Ndiyaribuwa, I so move. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Metley?
Honorable Medley hereby second the move as presented by Honorable Nenguda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any further motion? Honorable Mukaba?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Premier, MECs present here, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Deputy Speaker, Leader of Opposition Party, Honorable members, guests in the gallery, the Provincial Secretary, good morning. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to welcome and applaud the exponential growth experienced by the Hoedspruit Airport within the Maruleng local municipality. A few days after welcoming Flysafair as an additional operator on the Hoedspruit Cape Town route, ComAir has also indicated that will be launching a new route between Hoedspruit and George in May 2026. This is a huge achievement for Limpopo as it opens new doors for opportunity for the province and its people. This route will improve travel between the Limpopo province and other parts of the world, will improve tourism in the province. I will increase tourism, it will increase tourism between the country's top tourism destination and will remove unnecessary transit for travelers. I so move, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkaba. Any seconder? Honorable Sman?
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I stand to support the motion as read by Honourable Makaba. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed on other motions. Honorable Mnama?
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, and Honorable Premier and Prime Ministers, Honorable members of this August House, our Provincial Secretary, Omadashi. Honorable Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House knows the successful hosting of the historic G20 Leaders Summit that was held in South Africa this past weekend under the groundbreaking theme, Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. The ANC welcomed the growing stature of South Africa on the global arena, reflected most powerfully in our country's preparation for the event of this magnitude. We applaud the judicious stewardship of His Excellency, the State President Bomadamela Cyril Ramaphosa. Undoubtedly, hosting the G20 carried substantial economic spin-offs for our country and the continent. In the immediate term, it stimulated tourism, hospitality, aviation, and business services, generating thousands of jobs and injecting millions of rands into the local economy. The G20 South Africa Summit Leaders Declaration is more than words. It is a commitment to concrete action that will improve lives of people in every part of the world. We applaud the professionalism, discipline, and dedication that was demonstrated by various organs of state and civil society structures that made this event a phenomenal success. We have laid the foundation of solidarity, and now we must build the walls of justice and the roofs of prosperity. It is our wish that this commitment, which were made by this global leaders, should translate into actionable programs meant to bring an end to international poverty and inequality. This gathering, Honorable Speaker, had heightened Africa's weight on global affairs, and we want to congratulate the South African government for its outstanding ability to become that platform. I so move.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Sopel.
Thank you, Dr. Speaker, and greetings to the House. I rise to second the motion as moved by the Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Swapela. And we can now move, if there is any other motion, Honorable Choris Pukani, Johannes.
Kia leboga, Honorable Speaker, ke go tamišitše, ke tamiše the Deputy Speaker, the MECs ba ba leng gona fa, the Whippery, Officer Chair of Chairs, the leader of opposition parties, our guests. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the Provincial Secretary of the ANC, Voma Sandamatash. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the ANC that this House notes the Limpopo Provincial Investment Conference that was hosted by the provincial government about a month ago. The conference has received in excess of 170 billion in pledges, with 9.5 billion of that set to build a mineral refinery base, which is in line with our beneficiation program. Upon conclusion, this will turn the Limpopo province into a fully industrialized region where minerals are extracted and refined within the same locality. Honorable Speaker, It has been our long-held view as the ANC government to reduce the amount of minerals that are being exported to foreign markets for the purpose of refining. We are also optimistic that these pledges will translate into tangible economic deposits that will transform this province's employment prospects. This 170 billion that was pledged this year had far outpaced the 120 billion that was pledged in 2024. We have also seen how this investment have grown the provincial economy in the recent past. Through this investment, Honorable Speaker, the province has seen a rollout of infrastructural programs like the building of malls and the mining industry, which continue to employ the majority of our people. I move accordingly, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pukani. Any seconder to the motion? Honorable Kupa Mabuza.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion that was presented by Honorable Pukani, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're Honorable Mapolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupecha, the Premier, MECs present and Chair of Chairs, and his deputies and the members of the community at the gallery. I rise on behalf of the EFF so that the House can know the following: that the EFF Office of the Presidency has been inundated with calls from prime ministers attending the G20, arranging to meet the President Julius Malema before they can even fly back to their homes. The EFF is humbled by the love shown by the world leaders to President Malema as he continues to be the beacon of hope in South Africa, the continent, and the diaspora. Furthermore, we are also humbled by the many visits to the Commander-in-Chief by local and international dignitaries in Winnie-Madikizela Mandela House, the headquarters of economic freedom fighters. It is encouraging to know that South Africans and the world leaders are inspired by the impeccable leadership of President Malema, more especially for the love of fellow Africans. President Malema continues to be a powerful voice of the poor, the unemployed, and the marginalized Black South Africans. He continues to demonstrate his love for fellow South Africans by building them dignified, decent houses, not like my friend. Leadership by action is the principle that leadership is demonstrated through behavior and deeds, not just words. It involves aligning your words with your values and visions. May the good Lord continue to keep him for us and bless him with long life until he rules this country. I so move.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, I was raising in terms of Rule 145, Item 2I, that says, such a motion may in any event not take longer than 90 seconds to read out. And I felt the motion that was presented was taking too long. Honorables must not read biographies of other people because we don't have. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Spopela, let me check if there is any seconder. If there is an objection, members will be allowed to do so. Any seconder to the motion? Any seconder to the motion?
Madume, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Swapela, I wanted to mane gore Moshabu Tswere, Patala Jalefas Lamorella, Yamaleta Bay, Rotatola Pelar, Swere, Lil Nalgas Lacher, Carlo Jalnari Patala, La Realevo.
Honorable Mnama is raising a hand.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second Honorable Swapel on the basis that the motion was more political than congratulatory. On that basis, I think I move accordingly to object the obituary that was read in the House.
Is there a seconder to the objection? Honorable Mantata Masela.
Re nyaka wa bona matsogo a le ka morago, o tlo ba busy.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I rise to second the objection which was made by Honorable Munama. Thank you.
The motion falls off on the basis that it was objected. But if honorable member want us to divide the House, I will give them an opportunity to do so. Honorable Maputo.
Honorable Speaker, when I was listening to Honorable Mnama, he's objecting to obituary. I was not reading the obituary. And it is unfortunate that you seconded an obituary. I was not reading an obituary. Thank you, they are wrong. Thank you.
Honorable Munam stood there to second what Honorable Sowapela said, and she did not object to anything. She just raised caution on time. Therefore, you can't be saying later on he's objecting or rejecting. Re ka movela o item ela le emetseng ka moka, ke nahana hore e re e tswaletse molaetsa o fiting.
Order, Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's unprecedented that you would have ruled on the motion, and the motion was objected, and the objection was seconded, and you allowed orders to get in between. That must not happen. It does not belong to this House. Therefore, when you have, if they wanted to divide the House, they have an opportunity to do so, which they will not risk, knowing their predicament.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mokhonyana, the Chief Whip, for giving direction. Actually, when I was allowing them to raise their hand, I thought they would call for division of the House. So, which unfortunately they didn't do. And now we're agreeing that the motion falls off. We now proceed in terms of the order paper to the next item. We are now at item 3 in terms of the notice of motion. Now, Honorable Marx, you are getting your precedence here. You are allowed to put your notice of a motion.
Honorable Speaker, the Democratic Alliance herewith submit an urgent motion concerning privilege in terms of Rule 148, which shall take precedence over other motions and orders of the day. A matter of privilege as defined in the rules means a matter relating to privileges of the legislature or its members, including the powers, privileges, and immunities set out in Section 117 of the Constitution, as well as the Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. The following is listed as prohibited acts. Section 7A prohibits a person to improperly interfere with or impede the exercise or performance of Parliament or a House or committee of its authority or functions. Section 7B provides that a person may not improperly interfere with the performance by a member of his or her functions as a member. 7C provides that a person may not threaten or obstruct a member proceeding to or going from a meeting of Parliament or a House or committee. 7D provides that a person may not assault or threaten a member or deprive a member of any benefit on account of the member's conduct in Parliament or a House or committee. In this regard, Section 27 of the Act makes it a criminal offence to contravene Section 7 of the Act. On 17 November 2025, an interview between our members of the DA and journalists within the precinct was prearranged, and the necessary logistical arrangements were made to utilize a boardroom, given the ongoing failure by this legislature to maintain office space allocated to the DA caucus. Immediately after the interview, the media team was aggressively confronted by an unidentified official. Even after our members identified themselves by showing officially issued identification cards and indicated to the unidentified official that the media representatives were a guest of the DA, the unidentified official refused to identify himself, acted in a threatening manner, stating, "I will clean you out here." The SAPS officer stationed at the precinct informed our members that an unidentified and aggressively individual was in fact the security manager, but refused to provide his name and surname despite multiple requests. Instead, the unidentified official and the SAP insisted that the DA representatives leave the building immediately. We have subsequently learned, although not officially confirmed, the official in question is allegedly the head of security, a certain Mr. Gatle Kondri Mashape. If the said Mr. Mashape is indeed the head of security, it raises serious concerns about the safety of all members of this legislature, especially considering the fact that the said Mr. Mashape outright refused to identify himself and to clarify his official position. Honourable Speaker, you would also recall that you've written to me a WhatsApp message. We've asked that we formally write to you in this regard, which we did, my caucus leader and my caucus whip wrote to you. Yesterday, when I've inquired as to whether or not you received it, you said you will follow up with your office. Unfortunately, until now, we have not received not even the courtesy of reply from the Speaker. We have requested that our safety are placed into jeopardy, and therefore that official should be placed under suspension pending the outcome of such investigation. And it's therefore unfortunate, Speaker, that you have failed to even give us the courtesy of responding to members who got serious fears of their safety. And that is why I've asked that we deal with this item as a matter of privilege. Therefore, I've submitted proposed resolutions that the Speaker and the Secretary satisfy these members of this legislature as to the adequacy of the security members in place to protect members of the legislature against persons who improperly interfere with the performance of members. And that the Speaker and the Secretary take appropriate steps to urgently launch investigation into the conduct of the alleged head of security, Mr. Gatle Kondri Mashapa, and report to the legislature on the outcome of such investigation before the next sitting. I so move.
Honourable members, there is a motion on the table that was tabled in the programming committee. I need to get guidance on how do we handle the motion. Over to you, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would need your confirmation after I would have made this presentation. In the discussions with yourselves, you have acknowledged a receipt of the complaint by the Democratic Alliance. And you have promised them that they will get a formal response from yourself. If that is true, we believe that it is premature for this motion to be brought to this House. That's the first issue. The second issue, Chair, which would again need an investigation, is that whilst we acknowledge that the DA is represented in this legislature, but this legislature does not have journalists and security officers as its members. So it becomes a predicament as to whose privilege would we be debating in this House if the two are involved. That's the second issue. Again, subject to our confirmation, Honourable Speaker, it has come to our knowledge that the DA has opened a criminal case against the whole situation concerned. And we also made to understand that the alleged employee has also opened a criminal case. And if these two are again correct, Honourable Speaker, as per what we have indicated to us, if that is true, the matter then remains sub judice. Therefore, this House does not have the jurisdiction to debate the motion. Thank you very much.
I can confirm that the letter has been written to the DA. to indicate to them that the matter will be investigated and will give the report not later than Friday. If they haven't received the letter, it might have in their office, but the letter has been sent to them. That I can confirm that. Honorable Small?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I take note of your comments about that. I will follow up with our office on it. But from the members, we haven't received, but I will follow it up. I'll take your word for it. Just for the ease of reference for the House and just to put evidence on, the case is not sub judice. We are following processes within the House. So it is, and therefore it's important that open and transparent discussions will take place. And it must be referred either to one of, the Rules Committee can allocate a committee to discuss so we can do facts, but I also do think it goes hand in hand because there's an operational matter that needs to be attended, and I haven't read your letter, Honourable Speaker, but I will respond to it once we've got it.
Members should be reminded that this letter was referred to programming. And programming had a discussion on whether this letter falls within the rules or not. We did not want to suffocate the members of the DA. But according to the rules, this letter doesn't fall within the rules. Because one, they've written to the Speaker, the matter is under investigation. Two, please sit down. Please sit down. I must give direction to the House. You have given an opportunity to speak. Can you please sit down? No, wait until I finish. I'll give you an opportunity. You don't make a point of order when you are on the podium. When you make a point of order, you raise your hand. And I will give you an opportunity to speak. No, I will not allow you to speak. Everybody's raising a hand. It can't be you. No, it can't be. No, you're not going to speak standing. No, I'm not going to allow you to speak. Yes, but sit down. No, but you can't cause chaos in the House. You must sit down. No, I will not give you time to speak. No. Sit down. Sit down, raise your hand like any other person. No. Sit down. You raise a hand sitting down. Honorable Manama.
Honorable Speaker, is a common cause that Honorable Small has given as a leader of the very same party that the member is trying to articulate the subject matter that is advised in this August House that you have to refer it to another committee. And it is in that context that I think there is no longer a conundrum on that particular matter. The matter is closed. Let's move on, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, as you said, that the matter was brought to our attention, and we looked at the matter. I would imagine that we don't have, as an MP, we don't have a person called Mashape, and I don't know which party is he representing. Therefore, we are saying, as the Chief Whip is saying, the matter is receiving the attention of the Speaker because it has to do with an employee of this legislature. And therefore, the matter is closed, and the Speaker will respond to the DA with due respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Honorable Lebo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It is common cause that when couples fight, there must be a mediating party who are available for that. Thank you.
Honorable members, thank you so much. The matter is closed. We are now proceeding in terms of the order paper. The matter is proceeding. Honorable Mate.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As much as we acknowledge that the matter is closed and locked, but we want to, as this legislature, as these honorable members, we want to condemn this unnecessary publicity stunts. When people are aware that a particular process is underway, yet they come here so that they're able to gain publicity. And we want to condemn that as the legislature, as members. Because now you cannot have a particular process there and also have another process of coming here as if the matters that you are raising here, they are not being attended to. It's publicity seeking whatever. And it must be condemned. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we now move in terms of Rule 146. Honorable members, we are now moving to item 4 in terms of member statements. Rule 199, item 4. You have got a notice which was not submitted according to the rules. No, according to the rules, the speaker has not received that motion. So on that basis, that motion will not be considered. It must follow a process. One 146.2, written notice of motion must be delivered to the speaker. No, but I'm reading the rules. No.
Deliver to the speaker a signed copy of the notice on any work that placing on order paper. There's two options. So don't skip the rules, Speaker, with all due respect.
The motion will not be considered because it has not followed the rules. Can we agree, members? Yes. And we request the DA to follow the rules. Can we now proceed? Honorable Marx wants to disrupt the sitting. No. No, we know that Honorable Marx was not inducted. We'll have to organize induction in January.
Member must read it out aloud, which I intend to do, and then deliver it at the table. Why am I not allowed to do it? It's the second time now today that you refuse to concede and agree to the clear wording of the rules.
Honourable Speaker, this is now the second time that I think your officials did not communicate with you. On 3 minutes past, on 08:53 yesterday, the Democratic Alliance wrote to, and I've got the 5 email addresses, to the bench and other individuals. The same thing happened the previous week, that we put our speakers list forward as required by this legislature. We indicated the motions, the notices of motions, and I can confirm that on that letter, we did indicate that we will have a notice of motion on it. I don't know why it did not get to your office, but it was, I can confirm that it was delivered.
We agree that the motion has not followed the process. The DA is aware that anything you write to the Secretary of the Legislature, and if they've got an option to copy the Speaker's office, and they know how do I get their communique. So for me, they should have written according to the manner they write and follow the procedures. Can we proceed so that we are able to deal with the business of the day? We are now moving to item.
Point of order, Speaker. Honourable Smale explained to you that we did give you notice. Clearly in your office there's a problem. And Honourable Speaker, I can mention now for the record that the motion is about you not doing your work and the secretary not doing the work. And your relationship, that is why you do not want us to read it to this House. Because you are not following the rules.
But Honorable Marx, I think you will have to mind your language. Because the language you are using now is no longer affording members the decorum of the House. We're pleading with you. Honorable Mate.
Honorable Speaker, maybe you should have not cautioned him in terms of how he uses the language. Because the game that he's trying to play, we can play better than him. The fact of I'm raising an order on him because you have made a ruling which was sufficiently accepted by this House that whatever that is trying to do, whatever gimmick that is trying to do, it did not follow the procedure. And we have accepted as this House. So failure for him to accept your ruling, it means that the powers and privileges that you enjoy as the Speaker, like we did with others before, in terms of requesting them to leave the House, you can do so with him also. Because we are not going to be held ransom by one person the whole morning. It cannot be. Even Honorable Mapolo noticed that some intelligence has been drank by somebody here.
The matter is closed. I'm not going to give any other person to raise. We're moving to the next item. On the statements by members, we're now at item 4. On item 4, members' statements. Honorable Sesmapula.
Ke a leboga Speakera le ntlo kaofela. Member statement, Dilokong Hospital condition. Honorable Speaker, Dilokong Hospital is an epitome of poor governance, chronic failure, and lack of capacity at all levels. This hospital is characterized by all sorts of challenges affecting service delivery, with the poorest of the poor at the receiving end. Dilokong Hospital is a sad mirror of majority of many hospitals and clinics across the province in terms of collapse of systems and operations. Doctors are demoralized due to the many unresolved challenges, including shifts and overtime, which is not paid. Many of these medical professionals in the hospital wish they were working elsewhere where the conditions allow them to work without hindrances. Community services medical doctors did overtime in January and February due to shortage of staff. Even today, they have not been paid for their services and time. Doctors are forced to work overtime and work strenuous shifts because of shortage of doctors, which puts a strain and fatigue on them. This compromises their health and ability to deliver stellar and quality health care to the community. Honorable Speaker, 5 doctors who have resigned due to an unconducive working conditions have not been replaced to date. The environment in this hospital is not conducive for provision of primary health care as per the mandate of the department. The transfer of patients to other hospitals like Muklinek and Mankweng takes forever and forever. There is total collapse of system and governance in this hospital, which warrants that something drastic be done. Ke a leboha.
Any other motion? Members, yeah, any other member statement? Yes. Over to you, Honorable Elmarie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, all the Honourable MECs and all members present. In Limpopo, the outbreak of red-billed Kwela birds occur between October and March, peaking from December to February during the small grain ripening period. Each bird consumes about 4 grams of grain per day. A single colony of 400,000 birds can destroy around 1.6 tons of grain daily. Control operations are conducted after sunset at roosting and breeding sites where large colonies gather. Inadequate control poses a severe threat to food security and to the livelihoods of subsistence, emerging and commercial farmers alike. Historically, pest control officials tasked with managing outbreaks of quelas, locusts, and similar pests were exempted from the overtime limits in the Basic Conditions of Employment Act and the Department of Public Service and Administration cost containment restrictions. However, overtime restrictions were imposed earlier this year. Despite assurances that the matter was being addressed with national government, no active Kwela control is currently taking place. Speaker, these pests do not wait for office hours, and neither should the officials who protect South Africa's food supply. There is no excuse for this level of administrative paralysis when farmers stand to lose millions of rands and our national food security is at risk. I would like to ask our MEC for Agriculture, Honourable MEC Kekana, what is being done to resolve this matter? Has your department been in contact with national government, and what is the status of these interactions, if any? What assurance can you give to the farmers of this province that our department will assist and support them? Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Are we done with member statements? Is another member statement? Although I only have one. I only have one for the DA. Yeah, only one. We were informed about one. Now I'm being directed by programming, and once programming make determinations, can we proceed? And allow Honourable MECs to respond to the member statements that have been presented. Honourable MEC Mashego, Honourable MEC Kekana.
Thanks very much, Honourable Speaker, and greetings to the Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Premier, MECs, Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Members, our guest in the gallery, and our Provincial Secretary, Msanda. Honourable Speaker, I want to respond on the issue of the Lokong Hospital. Firstly, let us say the Lokong Hospital is one of the hospitals that are being given attention to, and indeed we are seeing progress that is happening there. I want honourable members to understand the issue of doctors who are complaining about overtime, that in this province, we have taken a decision that we need to see all our doctors working, and we want to see value for money when we pay our doctors. That is why we have adopted a shift system where we pay doctors as per the work that they have done. And so far, according to our rosters and everything, there is no need for us to be paying overtime. Hence, there is no overtime. If there's a doctor that is given overtime, the overtime is being approved by the HOD as per the need, and all overtimes are being paid. But we are saying we cannot be having unemployed doctors, yet we are paying overtime for doctors to be overworked, complain of fatigue, and being unable to perform their duties, both at work, even on their social life. So we are saying we continue with the shift system where we allow our doctors to come and give proper care to our patients at work, and they do not get too tired. They get a chance to rest and allow other doctors to come and continue working. And the issue of saying doctors are resigning because of the work environment that is not conducive, it is not true. What we are saying is that there are doctors, honorable members, who would want to do RWAPs. They are approved RWAPs, but what they do now is that they take the time that they are supposed to be spending in our hospitals, serving our communities. They come there tired, they do not want to do anything, and they even steal our hours to go and do their work in their private surgeries, which is something that we will not allow, because as the Limpopo Department of Health, we pay doctors to serve the communities that have elected all of us to be here, and we need them to serve them with excellence when they are not tired or when they are not being agitated about smaller things, because they were busy serving their people in their private institutions very well, and then when they come, they are tired. And once they are being disciplined, Honorable Speaker, about that, then they threaten that they are going to resign. So we are saying if they want to resign because they do not want to serve the people of Limpopo, then they can go. We'll get more doctors who will come and who are committed to serve the people of Limpopo, and we will continue to do that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor Diekete Mashiru. Responding on behalf of the Department of Health, will now allow Honorable Mayor Nakedi Kekana to respond on the matters relating to the Department of Agriculture.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The matter is declared as national importance for food security, and all control operations for migratory pests are executed by the National Department through aerial spraying for combating colonization of these pests on grain crops. And we therefore, out of the request that we made to the National Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, this query was directed to them, and already an exemption to pay overtime for controlling quilly birds in the morning and at night was rejected. And therefore, the issue of aerial spraying for the control of that flock of birds that are damaging the crops are receiving attention from the National Department. It is purely their competency, and the matter is receiving attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. We'll now proceed to item 5 in terms of the executive member statements. We do have a member statement by the Honorable MEC Jerry Maseko, as the MEC for Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, to give the member statement.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker, our Premier, MECs, Wipari, special acknowledgement to the Provincial Secretary of the ruling party, members of the Legislature, Executive Management, and the gallery. I'm pleased to submit to this August House a statement that speaks to the inaugural Limpopo Arts and Culture Awards, which took place on the 21st November 2025 at Meropa Casino in Polokwane. This event, Honorable Speaker, marked a historic moment for the province's creative industry. Over 500 guests, including artists, cultural practitioners, creative sector, Maroshi, gathered to honor outstanding achievements across diverse creative sector disciplines. This inaugural edition has set a new standard for provincial arts recognition, reinforcing government's commitment to promoting talent, fostering innovation and uplifting creatives at all levels. The awards, Honorable Speaker, emphasize government's vision of using arts and culture as a powerful tool for economic participation and creative industries growth, social cohesion and nation building, youth empowerment through skills development and opportunities through cultural expression and storytelling. The awards also aligned the national priorities on transformation, inclusivity, and the recognition of historically marginalized creative voices. The successful hosting and presentation of these awards strengthens Limpopo's profile as a vibrant, diverse cultural hub, while signaling the province's readiness to lead in arts development during a period heightened global engagement and cultural diplomacy. The completion of the Provincial Theatre, currently under construction, will find the province ready to utilize it. It will not be a white elephant, not under our watch, as our Premier Dr. Popi Ramatuba regards the creative sector as a powerful engine of economic transformation. Under her leadership, the arts and creative economy is recognized not as a side activity, but as a core pillar of inclusivity, inclusive growth, job creation, youth empowerment, and community upliftment. Let me indicate that amongst others who get these awards is one internationally recognized artist, Limpopo boy, Lifetime Achievement, Dr. Colbert Mukwebo, post-humor honors to Mr. the late Paul Rapetswa, artist with disability, Mr. Rapson Mbiru Rambuani, outstanding fashion and textile candidate by Frank Ramatsetse, and outstanding comedian, Mashabela Galan. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, the event wouldn't have been successful without the support of my colleagues, the Executive Council under the leadership of the Premier, members of the Portfolio Committee, Marosha Rena, who were led by the Queen, the Majesty, Laganaba Tuabubedi Sapogadia Pata, and other Maroshis who were there. And as we are approaching this December, let me indicate, Honorable Speaker, that the Limpopo government, together with Polokwane municipalities, will be hosting a number of activities, starting by Sopa Yopa, that on the 27th. There will be a golf day plus a gala dinner. There will be Kaizer Chiefs and Zamalek playing here in the province. There will be Calling Black Label. That will be Pirates and Marumo Kalans playing. There will be Mapungwe Youth Festival plus Lukombo on the 6th after the game, Pirates. There will be Mapungwe Festival on the 13th. The ANC Youth League will be hosting its National Congress here in Limpopo. So you are all invited to come and join us as we celebrate the might of Limpopo as a province. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. I will allow political parties, if you have got any comment to the member statement by the MEC. Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Ross, do you want to say anything? Thank you. We'll allow the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. And obviously, as residents of this city and residents of the province, there is always a great delight when we are able to attract large events to our province. They obviously generate money, they generate tourists, they generate guests for many of the businesses around. The only problem I have, MEC, on your statement is that in so doing, and when we have these events, particularly in the center of Polokwane, please can we take into account the residents? A lot of these facilities are held where there are 3 or 4 old age homes. They start at 6 o'clock in the morning, they finish at they start at 6 o'clock in the evening. and they finish at 6 o'clock in the morning. I believe they're called crossover events. It is against the bylaws. So our only plea is, by all means, have these events. We're excited about them. But can we also please take the bylaws into account and also respect the citizens, particularly the elderly, who find these events at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning very traumatic. I thank you.
Thank you so much. The EFF.
No re a leboga Dr. Makurupetša, our speaker. Re amogela polelo ya our MEC gore indeed re tla tshwanela ke gore re bolele le ditšhaba tša rena gore ba tloge ba support-a Maphunkobe. And e nngwe kgolo re llela gore nko go be le more awards. Di-award tšeng ke di oketšege, and le economic activities must be seen. And that's the main thing e re e kgopelang. Ape rena re tseba ditaba, a re no phela re lwa. Jale re ra gore le no di agale mo MEC thobele re a leboga Dr. Makurupetša.
Ralaboga will now allow the African National Congress to give remarks.
Thank you, Speaker. On behalf of the ANC, we welcome the move by the Department of Sports recognizing talent in the province. We hope and believe that this move will be catalytic to encouraging and unleashing more talent in the province. We also know that government has invested so much in the sports and art space. We are confident that the awards will be an inspiration within the sector. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed in terms of the order paper, honorable members. We are now going to item 6 in terms of tabling of committee reports and other reports and papers. 6.1 will allow the tabling of the 2025-2026 Departmental Public Entities Second Quarter Performance Reports, Leader of Government Business, Honorable MEC Basikopo Rogers Makam.
Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Our Honorable, the Premier, colleagues, MECs, the Chief Whip and Deputy Chief and the entire whippery, Chair of Chairs and the leadership of the opposition parties, Honorable members, our special guest, the Provincial Secretary of the ANC in the gallery. I'm here to table, Honorable Speaker, in terms of provisions of Section 40, subsection 1F, and 51, subsection F of the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. Read together with Rule 205, subsection 6, departments are required to submit their quarterly reports to the Provincial Legislature for tabling on the date that will be determined by the Speaker in consultation with the Programming Committee. Madam Speaker, in line with the provision of the House Rule 205, subsection 7, as the leader of government business, on behalf of my colleagues in the Executive Council, do hereby table the Departmental Institutional 2025-26 Second Quarter Performance Reports for the following departments and entities for consideration by the House. One is the Office of the Premier, the Department of Education, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the Department of Provincial Treasury, the Department of Economic Development, Environment, Tourism and its entities, the Limpopo Tourism Agency, LTA, the Limpopo Gambling Board, LGB, the Limpopo Economic Agency, LIDA, the Department of Health, the Department of Transport and Community Safety and its entity, GAL, the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure and its entity, RAL, the Department of COGSTA, the Department of Social Development, and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. I so submit to you, Honorable Speaker, in the House. Thank you, Nakens.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. The 2025-2026 Departmental and Public Entity Second Quarter Performance Reports are referred to the relevant portfolio committees for consideration and report back to the House. Thank you so much. We now move to the 6.2, tabling of the 25-26 Limpopo Legislature Second Quarter Performance Report. The Honorable, the Deputy Speaker, May Grace Poshia Tebogo Mamrovela, the Deputy Speaker of the Legislature.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me greet the Premier and the Executive. Let me greet the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, of course, the whole whippery. Let me also greet the Chair of Chairs and the Deputy Chair of Chairs. And let me also greet the Leader of the Opposition and all members in the House, not forgetting our special guest, the Leader of the ruling part, the Provincial Secretary, Bomsanda Madaj. Honorable Speaker, in line with the provision of Section 54(1) of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act of 2009, I, Tebogo Grace Poshia Mamrovela, on behalf of the Honorable Speaker of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, hereby table before this House the 2025-2026, the second quarter performance report of the Limpopo Legislature to be considered by the relevant committee of this August House. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 2025-2026 Limpopo Legislature Second Quarter Performance Report is referred to the Oversight Mechanism Committee for consideration and report back to the House. We now proceed to 6.3, tabling of 25-26 revised annual performance plan for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. MEC of Agriculture and Rural Development, Me Nakedi Kekan.
The Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, Chairperson, Chair of Chairs, and the Deputy, Honorable colleagues in the Executive Council, leaders of the opposition parties, extinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Secretary of the ruling party, Bamsanda Ruben Madashi. Honorable Speaker, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development submitted its annual performance plan to the Legislature in March 2025, guided by the Public Finance Management Act and the Framework for Strategic Plans and Annual Performance Plans. We are today tabling the revised annual performance plan following concerns raised by the Auditor General South Africa, which highlighted weaknesses in the planning, monitoring, and evaluation of departmental performance processes. Key challenges, Honorable Speaker, relate to the misclassification of procedures due to instances where service beneficiaries do not fully cooperate with technical advisory services. The revision of the APP affects performance targets only. The budget remains unchanged unless adjusted by the Provincial Treasury during the budget adjustment processes. And the retabling of the APP 2025-2026 aims to, amongst others, align implementation with the national policy on comprehensive producer development support. The new targets reflect the transition from reporting both tangible and non-tangible support to reporting only tangible support in the APP. The revised target under Program 3 are as reflected in the report from 3.1.1 up to 3.3.1. The adjusted annual performance plan for 2025-2026, Honorable Speaker, is hereby retabled for consideration of this House, and I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. The 2025-26 revised annual performance plan of Agriculture, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is referred to the Portfolio Committee of the Department of Agriculture and for scrutiny and report back to the House. We now move, honorable members, to the item we've been waiting for. Members were delaying us because this is the moment that we've been waiting for. Yeah, the real business of the day. The first reading of the Limpopo Adjustment Appropriation Budget, BO5 2025, MEC Honorable Mawai, Provincial Treasury, to read our first reading of the Limpopo Adjustment Appropriation Bill. Honorable MEC Khabo Mawai, you are on the podium.
The Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Dr. Makoma Makurupeja, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tabo Mamurovela, the Premier of our province, Honorable Dr. Popira Matuba, fellow members of the Executive Council, leaders of various opposition parties, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature in your classes and grades, Provincial Secretary of the ANC, Musanda Ruben Madaje, our special guest, the Director General and HOD is present, all guests present in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen, Dimachero, Abushe, Silochi, Tovela, good morning, Huye More. Honorable Speaker, just this past Friday, when President Cyril Ramaphosa was addressing the G20 Global Citizens Scaling Up Renewables in Africa, he reminded us of something very fundamental. And as we gather here for the purpose of the adjustment budget, we shall table accordingly. I want us to borrow from his wisdom, as I quote, "The real test lie in implementation," close quote. These words carry weight for every sphere of government and they speak directly to the purpose of this adjustment budget. We are not here to repeat plans. We are here to confirm that our commitments are backed by practical steps, sound allocations, and a clear sense of duty to the people of Limpopo. This adjustment budget allows us to correct course where pressure has built in the process, strengthen programs that show progress, and redirect resources to areas where the need is most visible. This is because our work should not be shaped by promises, but by action, able leadership, and results should be visible in our committees all over the province, which is what our Premier always emphasizes. Honorable Speaker, it is in this spirit that I tabled before this August House the following documents. 1, the Limpopo Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2025. 2, the Midterm Provincial Budget Overview 2025. 3, Adjustment Estimates of Provincial Revenue and Expenditure 2025. 4, this adjustment budget speech, and together with other relevant gazettes. Honorable Speaker, allow me to delve briefly into the economic outlook. The 2025 medium-term provincial budget overview is presented against a backdrop of persistent global uncertainties, yet it is built on foundation of rigorous resilience and measured hope here in our province. We acknowledge the risks posed by global integration and shocks, particularly the US import tariffs, which necessitate a proactive strategy to explore international and regional markets for our products. As it was indicated by the Minister of Finance, Honorable Mr. Inoko Dongwana, recently during his medium-term budget policy statement, that while the national economy experienced modest growth of 0.6% in 2024, we are strongly encouraged by the fact that our government is on track to meet its fiscal targets and is advancing economic reform, as evidenced by progress of phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, which has delivered an uninterrupted electricity supply. In the same breath, National Treasury projects the national growth to double to 1.2% in 2025. And additional to that, the consensus on the 3% inflation target will be a game changer, This strengthens the path to reducing the cost of living and sets the stage for interest rate cuts, as happened in the last week. That will directly support household spending, boost business investment, and drive long-term job creation. Now there is trouble here. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, this has taken long before I came here. Anyway. And I believe it's the last time this happened, Honorable Speaker. So, honorable members, our province is not just surviving the economic uncertainty, but we are leading the growth curve in the country at the moment. That is not negotiable. It is what is happening. This success is not theoretical. The provincial unemployment rate has declined significantly by 5.2% points in the third quarter, from 35% to 29.8%. The decline is proof that our economic efforts are translating into jobs for our people. We also recorded the highest rise in our contribution to the gross domestic product by 0.9% compared to the national average of 0.5%. We see a direct correlation in the labor market. And to sustain this positive momentum and transform it into lasting prosperity, we have confidence in the Limpopo Development Plan 2025-2030. It is a blueprint that embodies our commitment to transforming our provincial economy, addressing pressing social issues, and uplifting the lives of all our residents. Alongside, we have established a consistent LDP funding framework that guides how public resources are to be allocated and how private investment is attracted. Its purpose is to ensure that our limited financial resources are used strategically, efficiently, and effectively to drive inclusive growth, reduce poverty, and strengthen institutional capacity through the province. I'll now turn to the provincial owned revenue, Honorable Speaker and fellow members. Our commitment to financial sustainability is clearly reflected in the outstanding results of our provincial revenue enhancement and retention strategy. Our provincial owned revenue has increased considerably from the original target of 2 billion to 2.3 billion for the current year. This represents a substantial upward adjustment of 258.2 million or 12.8%. This successful performance gives us additional resources to address the needs of our communities. The increase in the province's own revenue is a result of enhanced collection and financial discipline across several key departments. This includes improved earning of interest generated from favorable bank balances, better revenue through enhanced collection of motor vehicle licensing and registration fees, and more effectively recovery of traffic fines and penalties, among others. Lastly, implementing improved collection of patient fees and generating once-off income from the successful auction sales of obsolete assets. Our Premier has consistently emphasized the need to fast-track the completion of infrastructure that are already under construction in the province and to be prompt in our processes from planning to implementation of new projects. This is because, in our belief, infrastructure remains a key driver of our country's economic recovery and growth, and it was also emphasized in the 2025 MTBPS. Limpopo Province is implementing structural reforms in infrastructure planning, delivery and oversight through the institutionalization of the Infrastructure Delivery Management System, the IDMS, and stronger interdepartmental partnerships. Despite progress, media reviews revealed challenges such as procurement delays which is a source for concern, and contractor underperformance. This is taking a toll on us, moving very progressively to address the various aspects that we need to do. To address this, our adjustment budget introduces measures to boost delivery capacity, including reallocation of high-performing projects, improved planning processes, and support for early-stage project preparation. Following rigorous departmental engagements, the provincial infrastructure allocation for 2025-26 has been revised upward by 5.4% to 8.8 billion, just for infrastructure, reflecting strengthened project readiness and accelerated implementation. And the breakdown of the infrastructure allocation is as follows. I will start with core social services. In the Department of Health, we are allocating one of the most substantial adjustments with its budget increasing from 907 million to 1.0 billion. I'm talking about infrastructure only. This is primarily driven by a major increase in funding for maintenance and repairs and for upgrades when necessary. This is crucial investment to ensure our health facilities are functional, safe, and able to deliver quality care. The Department of Education sees its infrastructure budget increased by 44.9 million to a revised allocation of 1.7 billion, ensuring that the learning environment for our children is continually improved. COGSTA, the budget increases from 1.1 billion to 1.3 billion. This significant augmentation includes an additional 200 million for human settlement delivery and 6.8 million for construction of traditional council offices. The department also receives 1.1 million conditional grants rollover for both informal settlement partnership grant and human settlement development grant. Boosting infrastructure for economic resilience is one aspect that we want to focus on. And to boost economic stability and connectivity, we're making targeted investments in the infrastructure network. The consolidated infrastructure budget, therefore, for public works, roads, and infrastructure rises from 3.9 billion to 4.0 billion. This is a critical investment to safeguard provincial assets with a substantial 270 million earmarked for storm damage rehabilitation projects and 123 million for ongoing provincial road upgrades. These funds are essential to stabilize our provincial road network and prevent further costly deterioration. Meanwhile, the budget for agriculture and rural development increases from 210 million to 257 million, mainly through additional allocations for the maintenance of essential agricultural infrastructure, supporting our rural economy and food security. For sports and culture, Honorable Masego, the department's budget is unfortunately being revised downward from 245.9 to 142.1 million. You'll agree with me. You know very well. This is necessary adjustment due to the slow progress, and I repeat, due to the slow progress on the Limpopo Provincial Theatre, which has only reached 52% completion. So crucially, an amount of 10 million has been allocated to complete the construction of libraries, redirecting resources to projects that can be completed efficiently and serve the public immediately. So, honorable members, fiscal discipline requires us to address underperformance and ensure every rand delivers maximum value. We were speaking between ourselves and the team that we'll start to invoke that unwanted section in the PFMA in future for withholding in events where we realize there is not much progress. It doesn't have to be if we are to do what we are supposed to do. Honorable Speaker, the Provincial Treasury is committed to implementing National Treasury's budget reform initiatives of what we call targeted and responsible savings, the TARS. This framework emphasizes the careful reprioritization of resources, cost containment, and the avoidance of wasteful expenditure, while still maintaining the flexibility to respond to emerging priorities and socioeconomic challenges. No deliberate savings, but targeted and responsible, focusing mainly on those things that can give immediate impact. To support the implementation of TARS budget reforms, the Provincial Treasury will rigorously enforce the use of the Program Assessment Metrics tool, also introduced by the National Treasury. We're so privileged. National Treasury has also brought in some of the officials from National Treasury to show oneness between the two. They are with us, those who are responsible for budget for Limpopo. So they are in this house, and we really want to welcome them. This tool empowers departments to systematically assess their programs and sub-programs, fostering evidence-based decision-making rooted in clear criteria, such as legal relevance, strategic alignment, performance, efficiency, and sustainability. As we prepare for the next year, for the 2026 MTF, this PEM tool will play a central role in guiding transparent and effective budget forward planning, so that in the next few years, we should be not encountering unforeseen things. We should be forward-looking in all what we do. Of importance, it is a supportive measure designed to strengthen our approach to program planning, performance management, and long-term fiscal sustainability, ensuring that every department is accountable for delivering results and achieving our developmental objectives. Honorable Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that the total provincial receipts during this adjustment period increased by 2.0 billion, ensuring that critical sectors receive the resources needed to drive progress and improve the quality of life for all Limpopo residents. This increase comprises of several key components, and I'll list them just for your information here. Equitable share allocation from National Treasury, and as I've just indicated that we have officials from National Treasury. During this adjustment, there was this additional allocation of 1.0 billion rand. Of this amount, 701.5 is allocated to the Department of Health, with 362.7 dedicated to the Department of Education. These additional funds were made available immediately to the province by the Minister of Finance through Gazette number 53574 of 2025 in compliance with Section 6, subsection 4 of the Division of Revenue Act. So we also have the equitable share rollover of 490.3 from the 2024-25 financial year to the 2025-26 financial year. This includes the rollover of 49.2 million, which is a retention and revenue for the provincial legislature. We also have conditional grants increasing by 712.9 million. This includes rollovers from the previous financial year of 62.2 million, additional 69.0 million for PEPFAR initiatives in health, as well as 306.7 million rand to expand early childhood development in education. So the additional funds for HIV/AIDS in health and ECD in education were made available to the province by the Minister of Finance through Gazette number 53437 and Gazette 53602 of 2025 respectively. Included in the 712 million conditional grant increase is 275 million for disaster relief made available for Department of Education Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. This is, if you break it down, 140 for education, 140 million for education, 110 for public works, and 25 million for agriculture. The funds are made available for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of provincial infrastructure damaged by rainfall, flooding, thunderstorms, and strong winds that occurred between April 2024 and June 2025. As indicated earlier, and I must repeat that our own revenue also has increased to 2.2 billion from the initial target of 2.0 billion. I therefore present the adjustment budget votes 2025-26 as follows. I'll focus only on the adjustments and not the compound figure as we normally will do in the main budget. Vote 1 is Office of the Premier. We adjust downwards by 33.3 million. So, don't ask me why. Vote 2, Provincial Legislature, we adjust upward by 89 million. I thought the members will be happy about this one. It is increasing. The adjustment primarily addresses budgetary pressures to ensure the institution continues to effectively exercise its oversight mandate for the remainder of the financial year, and therefore the members should be able to execute their work. At least. So, I will then move over to the conditional grant allocations, or rather, after the legislature, I'm just indicating all matters that relates to the legislature and how it has been done so. Vote 3, which is education, there's an upward adjustment, fortunately, 843.8 million. So it is taking the overall budget of 42 billion to 43. The department receives equitable share and conditional grants additions, for the appointment of teachers across all the districts, and to cover spending pressures on scholar transport to support eligible learners, and for special school buses, as well as learner admission system and all other related matters. So vote for agriculture and rural development, a small upward adjustment of 49.0 million. And this, I believe, will go a long way. This is for adjustment. Otherwise, what more can we do if we're not doing the least that we can do? And vote 5, Provincial Treasury. Then you can listen attentively. There is a downward adjustment of 45 million rand. Why? This should be reallocated for infrastructure development in the province. So, LEDET, economic development, environment and tourism, downward adjustment of 186.6 million. All right? We have withheld some earmarked funds, especially for the Musina Makado Special Zone, Economic Zone, and Fetahomo Tubatsi Industrial Capital Projects, back to the provincial revenue fund for future use. So this reduction is more, but it was offset by additional allocations, including equitable share rollovers of 19.2 million and 20.9 million respectively to address pressures related to contractual obligations and other related matters. So there is a give and take which results in a net value. The vote 7, which is health, it is an upward adjustment. It's also a net value, 521.7 million, which actually takes the appropriation, the original appropriation of 26.0 billion to 26.5. So a total of 921 million equitable share is made available through additional funding comprising, among others, 218.6 million for the appointment of doctors and healthcare professionals, 416.6 million to cover spending pressures on goods and services, including procurement of medicine and medical supplies, among others. Vote 8 is transport and safety. There is a downward adjustment here by 112.4 million. This is due to the reprioritization of funds, not a bad thing, that were previously allocated to projects that did not progress as expected. Included here is the 38 million that was initially allocated to the Twando intermodal transport facility, and the 80 million rand that was earmarked for feasibility studies for the high-speed rail project, which we are putting aside and reallocate money where it can best be used now. So it's not just a bad thing to do. There are good things as well in it. So with receipt of additional allocations for equitable share amounting to 86.8 million, we are prioritizing, among others, the acquisition of instrument landing system because we want aeroplanes to land here. It's among the money that we are giving back. There should be no excuses. We need to see the implementation of those infrastructure projects, the K53 Seshego, Mambukale, Wet Bridge, and Traffic College, something there of the tune of 1.5 million, and other contractual obligations for 21.3 million. Vote 9, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. There is an upward adjustment to the amount of 316.6 million. This adjustment reflects an equitable share. Well, there was a surrender on this of 234 and additional funding. You see, where you give and take, there results a net, and there's an, net effect of everything that happens. By the way, this can only happen during an adjustment, because in an adjustment by its nature suggests that where we need to take in order to do better, we take. And that's what we actually do. And that's what fiscal management means. So the details about it which may be expanded upon is we want to ensure that there is reconstruction and rehabilitation of the provincial road infrastructure, especially damaged by rainfall, flooding, as I said earlier. The road infrastructure projects that needs to be implemented by Road Agency Limpopo, we have given this 123.7 million. And additional fund for the procurement of an office building in Polokwane, totaling 69 million. The most important here is the 20 million for settlement of rates, Honorable Makamu, and taxes to municipalities. We cannot, Honorable Rachweni, allow a situation where government is owing this. And our plea is that it be done as soon as possible so that this money should be taken to where it matters most. We still want to see the Lidet building in Side Street refurbished, and we would like to see the replacement of furniture. I'm tired of a camp chair. of furniture in Parliamentary Village. We can't leave that one out. Sports, arts and culture is vote 10. There is a downward adjustment of 125 million, and I've indicated earlier, I don't have to repeat, otherwise my friend will continue to be angry with me. He always threatens me because he sits next to me. And then vote 11, Cogstar, there is an upward adjustment of 267 million. So this includes 200 million rand for human settlement delivery, 6.8 million for construction of traditional council offices, 4.4 million for traditional leaders' vehicles, and 33 million for municipal finance intervention with the invocation of section 139, subsection 5, not 1, 2, 3. That must be understood as such. This intervention is necessary if we are to realize progress in that regard. So there is also a conditional grant rollover from informal settlement partnership grant and human settlement development grant. Vote 12, which is our last vote, Honorable Radzilan. We leave it as it is. Neither upward nor downwards. Unfortunately, the allocation remains unchanged. That does not mean anything, but we also want to appreciate that you have to address certain key priorities, especially this one that is close to the heart of even the leadership, I believe, of the financial management graduates, who are primarily intended for non-profit organizations delivering social services to strengthen compliance. It's creation of jobs in a way, but addressing matters that are of necessity on the other hand. This is exactly what the adjustment was all about. And I will just do a synoptic overview in short here. Honorable members, our adjustment budget for this current year demonstrates our commitment to prudent financial management and strategic investment in critical service delivery areas. If you will check, we are directing our resources more on the infrastructure and other things and less on compensation of employees. Not that we don't want people, but that we have to strike a balance between the two. The adjustment is not merely a technical exercise. It represents a recalibration of our resources to better address the immediate needs of our province and secure long-term stability and sustainability. The core of this adjustment centers on an overall increase in the provincial adjustment allocations from the 88.9 billion we tabled in May to now 90.5 billion. So our budget is no longer the 88.9, it is the 90 billion. The 1.5 billion growth is financed through a strategic combination of rollovers, own revenue, and targeted additional funding, as alluded to earlier. Honorable members, I will now turn to the projections for the 2026 MTEF budget that will be elaborated upon when we table it next year. Just a glimpse of a picture of what you should anticipate. The 2026 MTEF marks a critical phase in our fiscal journey, with our provincial equitable share allocation reflecting some adjustments due to there is a change in the data updates. The mid-year population estimates shows that we are going down, right? And the downward inflation adjustments. So congruent to inflation, which was a little bit here, and it's going down as you see, although not that much, that affects our budget in one way or another. So it is likely to reduce, and I say the 2026-27 is likely to reduce by 88.5 million. So when you celebrate this upward adjustment now, anticipate that the budget for the MTF will have to be adjusted. I'm not adjusted, will go down, and I've indicated the reason, mainly being the changes in data updates as well as downward inflation adjustments. So this will be a trend. In 2027-28, it will go down by 648.2 million from 88. But in the outer year, I'm sorry, 678, 678 in the 2027, 28, and 648 in the outer year. So in the next 3 years, we'll be witnessing somewhat like a downward spiral. So this should not bother you because we can still make ends meet. We are Limpopo and we move that way. Over the 2026 MTF, our preliminary equitable share allocation will be 77.7 billion, increasing to 81.1 in the mid-year, 2027-28, and 83.7 in the outer year. Despite reductions in this regard, we have managed our finances responsibly, linking funding to priority projects aligned to our plan, the Limpopo Development Plan, which prioritizes infrastructure, poverty eradication, and job creation to drive growth, uplifting our communities. Honorable Speaker, it is important to remind ourselves and those whom we are entrusting this budget to, that the true measure of leadership, the true measure of our capabilities, lies in implementing what this budget is allocated for. Budgets alone can never change the lives of people, but implementation will. We can talk about budgets until it is implemented, no impact will be felt. So the difference comes from prudent management, continuous oversight, and a shared commitment to deliver what has been planned. Let's truly change our approach and be a province that is more action and results driven, which is what our Premier has inherited a name in the middle of her names as. Our task, therefore, is to turn these figures into service, opportunities, and growth. If we remain focused, if we match intention with effort, this province will continue to move forward with confidence and fairness. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the leadership of our Premier, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba, for setting the tone and pace at which our province is moving, a pace that is clearly forward-looking and evidently in a positive direction. My appreciation also goes to my fellow colleagues of EXCO and the EXCO Budget Committee for the steady hand and consistent support they provide in steering our fiscal agenda. To the Portfolio Committee on Finance, I extend my gratitude for your firm, insightful, and constructive oversight. Lastly, it will be odd, if not unwise, if I do not convey my heartfelt appreciation to Team Limpopo Provincial Treasury, led by HOD Gavin Pratt, Mukoni, Ndolebo, Nakens. Thank you, Baya Dange.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Another round of applause, honorable members, because indeed we can turn the figures into service to the people. That is what the people are waiting for. Thank you so much, Honorable MEC, for a well-detailed presentation. The Limpopo Adjustment Appropriation Bill and its supporting documents are referred to the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury for consideration and report back to the House within the timelines. On that note, we have referred the report and will now proceed to the next item in terms of the order paper. We are now at 7.2. The consideration, the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee of Provincial Treasury Committee Chair, Honorable Mohanano Apiedi. He will be presenting on 7.2.1, which is the 2024-2025 annual report for the Provincial Treasury.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I thought Honorable Mapodo will clap hands because, and Honorable Leboho because Keba Hanana Bababidi kam. Honorable Speaker, greetings to you and the Deputy Speaker as well as the Chief Whip, as well as the Chief Whip, Deputy Chief Whip, the Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, Premier and your executive, chairpersons of various portfolio committees and members of this legislature, as well as the Provincial Secretary of African National Congress, Bamusanda Urubeni Madachi, and our guests at the gallery and those on the media space. Honorable Speaker, I rise to present before you this August House the report of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury for the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Report for consideration and adoption. And I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Maseka Piedi. We'll check if there is any seconder to the report. Honorable members. Honorable Bonich-Pepe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion as presented by Honorable Chair of the Treasury. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. You can proceed to 7.3, 7.3.1, 2025-2026 first quarter report, Provincial Treasury.
Thank you once again, Honorable Speaker. I rise before this August House once more to present a report of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury for the 2025-2026 first quarter for consideration and adoption. And I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Mataboge.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. I rise to second the report as presented by Honorable Piedi. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we shall now refer to the speaker's list. In terms of the speaker's list, we'll be debating the two reports jointly, which is the first annual report and the first quarter report for the Provincial Treasury. The person who, Honorable Member, who's opening the debate is the Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Hassani Pitangoveni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makoma Makurupecha, the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Tebogo Momorobela, the Premier of our province, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, the Provincial Secretary of the African National Congress in Limpopo, Bamsanda Ruben Madaje, the Chief Whip, Honorable Aesop Mokhonyana, the Deputy Chief Whip, Honorable Rogers Monama, members of the Whipari, Chair of Chairs, Honorable Thabo Mokoni, Leader of Government Business, Honorable Rogers
Makamu, esteemed members of the Executive Council, honorable members and guests here in the gallery and at home following these proceedings through YouTube and other social media platforms. Good morning. Good afternoon. It is a singular honor and privilege to be afforded an opportunity to make my humble contribution on today's debate on the annual performance report for the Provincial Treasury. Honorable Speaker, let me begin by making few but invaluable remarks about the 2025 Limpopo Investment Conference that took place on the 30th to the 31st of October 2025 at the ranch in Polokwane. This rousingly successful Provincial Limpopo Investment Conference has secured 170 billion in investment pledges across such sectors as water, energy, real estate, and mining. May I, through your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, implore on this August House to give our Premier, Dr. Popira Matoba, and MECs a deserved round of applause. Now the real game begins, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that these pledges translate into practical and actionable projects. For pledges are but seeds. Without fertile soil on regulations and leadership, they will never blossom into infrastructure that the province desperately needs. Specifically in this regard, two pertinent questions must guide us. Firstly, whether the regulatory framework in their current form help promote public-private partnerships. Secondly, whether we have the requisite institutional capacity to monitor the implementation of the much-needed infrastructure projects. These questions must be answered honestly and accurately if we are to create sustainable jobs for the people of Limpopo. These questions, Honorable Speaker, are occasioned by two things. One, when closing the investment conference, Honorable Premier warned about the possibility of regulatory impediments in harnessing these private resources for public use. This is what she said, I quote, "Together, we will address any regulatory burdens that may impede our progress and explore the adoption of public-private partnerships as a key model for delivering infrastructure and development projects," close quote. You will agree with me that the Premier made succinct observation when she exhorted all and sundry that there is an absolute and urgent need to create a framework for public-private partnerships to replace the current fragmented approach. I may have to get some water. The Premier is vindicated by Chapter 2 of the 2026-2027 Financial and Fiscal Commission report that examines the exogenous impact of the National Treasury's Regulation 16 before and after the reforms. In the past, the National Treasury will seek to approve any transaction between any public institution and private sector. From the 1st of June 2025, it sets the threshold to 2 billion or less. And secondly, it is imperative to interrogate whether we have the necessary wherewithal to implement infrastructure projects. I wish to encourage you, Honorable Premier, with the extraordinary words of Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, when he said, and I quote, "The sun shall never set on so glorious a human achievement, close quote. Your hard work and dedication will always and forever be celebrated by generations to come. Zitozwinthan, zitozwikwetu. Nda. Honorable Speaker, let me now return to my required and specific debate on the annual performance report on Provincial Treasury. Oops. So it's no longer 14 minutes. Yes, yes. Permit me to reflect briefly on Getaway Airport Authority Limited, GAL. The entity has indeed faced capacity challenges within supply chain management, which regrettably caused delays in the appointment of contractors in addressing maintenance issues. Of importance to note, however, is that corrective steps have been taken. Committees were appointed to confront these SCM challenges, and they have worked diligently towards finalizing processes and ensuring the appointment of service providers. Honorable Speaker, the progress is commendable, yet let us be frank, GAL is too important to fail. GAL is too big, too precious for the people of this province to fail. It is not merely an aviation entity. It is a gateway to Limpopo economic growth, tourism, and connectivity. We must therefore do all that we can to help it thrive. More critically, we must ensure that these reforms are not episodic but institutionalized, and so that future projects take flight without any turbulence. Honorable Speaker, as I gravitate towards conclusion, as we reflect on the annual performance report of the Provincial Treasury, one thing is clear, that numbers alone do not define success, as the Honorable MEC indicated earlier on this platform, but impact does. Investment pledges must become projects, clean audits must become clean water, and budgets must become bridges, clinics, roads, and jobs. Having said everything that I have said, Limpopo, under the enabling leadership of Premier Dr. Popira Matuba, is on an upward trajectory, a trajectory that is not episodic, but sustained through quality political and intellectual leadership. Indeed, the sun shall never set on so glorious a human achievement. Let the sun rise, rise, and rise. I therefore move that this August House considers and adopts the 2024-2025 Annual Performance Report of the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury. Thank you ever so much for your kind attention. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ngobeni. We'll now move to the next presenter, Honorable Jacobus Frederick Smale. You have got 5 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you and good morning to members of the Executive, as well as members in this August House and various senior officials that attended this important session today. Like National Treasury, our Provincial Treasury is the central guardian of public finance in Limpopo. Its core purpose is to ensure that every rand of public money is used lawfully, efficiently, and for its intended purpose across all departments, municipalities, and public entities. And while, as the Democratic Alliance, we welcome Treasury's clean audit for the 24-25 financial year and the progress it has made, it is through this mandate the constitutional duty and the annual report must be judged. Honourable Speaker, the report presents a picture of stability and achievement, but this narrative lies in a province that is in deep financial stress. Our SOEs are unable to meet its objectives and its fiscal discipline sometimes are wanting. Treasury's reliance on its own clean audit and a handful of clean audits across departments create an illusion of a province progress. This is misleading. Clean audits measures financial reporting, not whether money actually fixes. Hospitals as hospitals give services to our people, municipalities delivers water, maintenance of our roads, and improving our lives. Just as the MEC said here on this podium earlier, budget alone cannot change the lives of the people. It's the actions of those departments that rolls out that change the lives of our people. Key delivery departments like health, education, public works, social development, and transport remain qualified or unqualified. Municipal audit outcomes remained entrenched in failure. The report highlights good news while ignoring the collapse of core services. There is no honest confrontation with a persistent breakdown of governance across departments and or municipalities. As the Auditor General report highlights, the most glaring failures is Treasury's inability or unwillingness to arrest the municipal finance crisis. Despite its MFMA mandate, municipalities continue to adopt unfunded budgets, remain dependent on consultants, and show stagnant or regressive audit outcome. Treasury discloses no interventions, no sanctions, no withheld funds, no consequence management. The silence speaks volumes. The report acknowledged chronic weaknesses in conditional grant spending and infrastructure delivery, last-minute fiscal dumping, poor planning, inadequate technical capacity. These are not administrative glitches. They are a reason which Limpopo faces: non-functionality of water schemes, sewage running down the roads and polluting our environment, stalled clinics, collapsing roads, unfinished capital projects. Yet, Treasury proposes no turnaround plan to reform strategy or no measures to correct them. Irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure is brushed over without identifying responsible institution or recovering steps. This shields failing departments and undermines accountability. Even Treasury's own revenue collection, driven by favorable bank balances, is presented with any analysis of liquidity risk or how those funds will improve service delivery. Limpopo may be earning interest, but communities continue to suffer collapsing infrastructure and unreliable services. Honourable Speaker, the Government of National Unity has stabilized South Africa's macroeconomic trajectory through its GNU cabinet. Structural reforms are underway to strengthen the competitiveness and efficiency. Debt is projected and stabilized in 2025-26 with narrow deficit and investment growth, enhancing public infrastructure, freight rail, rehabilitation, wastewater treatment, upgrades, and is beginning to take shape. The Democratic Alliance do acknowledge Limpopo Provincial Treasury has made the progress it has made during the financial year and the internal controls and audit outcomes that they have instituted. Thank you.
We'll now move to, members must be careful of their minutes, because it's not even on my intention to stop anyone, but let's look at the watch. Honorable Letsoalo, Mapula, gratitude. Okay, Honorable Lebogo. You have 7 minutes, Honorable Member.
Re loche mo speaker a tlhompegileng, re loche le mo premier baetapele ka moka ba be mo ntate Mapoulo moetapele wa EFF le ba re sepelang le bona. Re kopane mo re bona ntate Mataji a le ka mo re thabela tabeo ka gore o tla tseba ga botse gore dikgoro di a utswetswa go ka lebella gana mo legislature gona le bothata ba sefatanaga se se rekilweng sa ba sa go mara kgopela ba di refund re leboga go le gona le kgono di-tendera tša kua education tše dintši tša go tsamaye gabotse le letsogo le ka ema a ke tse gore wa ntumediša na re thabela taba tša Hoedspruit honorable speaker o ka re le ya mo polokwaneng ke be e ba botse ka mokgwa madume go wena ke re gane wa dumediša
No, sorry, Chair. As a matter of principle, it's not an order. Members are always thinking negatively when we stand. We want to prevent something that must not come and bite us, Chair. We want to apologize to the EFF that we received a notice that Honorable Lebogo will replace Honorable Letsoalo. I was just writing you a note before he spoke so that we don't set a wrong precedence. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip, for that clarity, and it's properly recorded. And tomorrow we're not accused. Yeah, thank you so much. Honorable Law, you can proceed. Yeah.
o bolela re ka se die phošo gape honorable speaker re tshepa gore mongwaledi wa lekgotla la ANC le le ikelang fase le badimong o kwele molaetša wa bonwenwe bo beng ona re eme le kgono fa go ipontšha go ya ka dipuku tša kgoro e beng e bolela fa gore ngwageng o wa ditšhelete wa go feta ba filwe dimilione tše 470 le diranta tše di lekanago 62 eupša ya manyami ke gore ga se ba šomiše mašeleng ao ka moka ge o ka lebelela dipuku tša bona honorable speaker go na le mašeleng a go lekana 45,790,000 a e se ba a berekišiwe a nkebeng a fetotše maphelo a batho ba mo Limpopo se se tloga se bontšha kgatelelo go badudi bao ba tlhokago ditirelo mo provinceng ya Limpopo mo e leng gore ba tshepa gore kgoro ka ge di etswe ditekatekanyetso e be tla ba thuša ka ditirelo go se šomiše ga mašeleng gape go bontšha go se tlhomphe badudi ba Limpopo ka ge dinyakwa tša bona di phela di šaletše morago ditekatekanyetso tše e dio ba tša go notla batho ba bolela fela ka mo re nyaka go botšiša kgoro honorable speaker gore na maemo ke a mafe a e leng gore ba tlo a tšea le magato a go bontšha gore ngwageng wa ditšhelete ga go tlo ba le bothata bo ba underspending bo e leng gore bo tswela pele bo ba šetše morago e le kgoro e sentše ile ka example re le EFF ga re no thakgatša fela ke taba ya unqualified audit outcomes re nyaka mmušo ka moka o be le clean audit e leng gore e tsamaišana le ditirelo tše di nyakang ke batho re nyaka go bona go ena le tšwelopele ya ditirelo e se ka dio ba fela go bethelana matsogo ka gore batho ba kgoditše report e kaone re eme fa le kgono le re lebeletše department e leng gore di-audit outcomes tša ona di stakile mola e leng gore batho nkebe ba ke thuta mo go yona kgoro e re nyaka boetapele ba kgoro e boeme ka maoto re a bušeletša re boletše le malobeng ola gore letšang sebepi mo dikgorong tše dingwe le mo dimasepaleng ka ge bonwenwe bo tswela pele ene ka ge le sa acte ga re tsebe gore ka gore le ba mokgatlo mo tee le tloga le tšhabana go ba bothata keng honorable speaker kgoro e ga e ya bolela kudu ka taba ya diposo tše e leng gore be se di tlatšiwe tša mo kgorong re nyaka go bontšha gore taba e bontšha e le bonwenwe ba o fitlha taba tše e be sentse ba ditseba ke setšhaba le palamente e re ge re eme gona mo re nyaka gore kgoro e bereke ka honesty mo bathong le rena e re fe di-report tše di feleletšeng re nyaka progress report MEC ka taba ya go fila di-post tše e leng gore e be se le di-report mo honorable speaker what are the measures in place tše e leng gore department e tlo di tšea go thuša di-entities and SOEs tše e leng gore di a palelwa mo provinceng ya Limpopo ge re thoma go bolela mo re bontšhitše kudu ka taba ya airport e leng gore ya retiwa ya Hoedspruit ka gore yela ke ya makgowa e beilwe pele e retiwa bošego le mosegare re ya borena ye e palelwang e leng gore management wa palelwa everybody wa palelwa ene bolwetši bo wa palelwa MEC bo tlo le fitlhela ge le ka sekobe batho ba le ka moka ra thomo lešaka leswa diflamatšhene tša ta mo ka bontšhi re kgopetše di-airline tše dingwe di be gona batho ba borena ba tlogole go turela ke sefofane di te di fofame di ya mafelong a go fapana economy e tla gola re na le bothata ba dimasepala honorable speaker tše e leng gore le hirile batho ba go tšwa mo mokgatlong wa ANC ba go se kgone go kopantšha dipalopalo ka fao le tswelang pele le patela batho ba di-consultant go le diela dibuka ge di nyaka go ya ko auditor bothata bonke bo fele ka gore re patela batho ba re tšea gore ba tswa dikolong le na le di-doctor tše dintšhi mara re bone ba le improvement ka ra di-doctor tše mmušo o tswela pele go bala nke tabe e tsamaišane le di-qualifications tše le patelang batho le di-title tše le di tshwereng re bona mo kudu mongwaledi ya le gona wa ANC gore incompetence ya mokgatho wa lena ya re gobatša mongwaledi re nke le ntšhe taba ya di-consultant a go be le state capacity internal capacity hirang batho ba e leng gore ba tswa dikolong ba die moshomo le ge ba se ba mokgatlho wa lena gore ba sa di dipolotiki re kgopela gore le ba hire ntle le donosa ntle le difane tša go tshwana ba kgone go šomela setšhaba re eme fa re nyamile ka ge mmušo o tswela pele o palelwa honorable speaker re re mo kotareng ya bobedi taba tše šetšeng ba di boletše mo tša di-entities ga di kgatlhiše ke tsebile
Re nyaka o tseba sekgowa se honorable wa a boletše a re go ntle ga donosa donosa ke eng ka mo mmerekong o re explainele gore donosa ke eng
awa e be se sekgowa honorable member ke sepedi se tlhokileng gore batho ba se ka hiriwa ka lephopholo le go kgonamišwa boka video ile a tswelela ya kereke e nngwe re batho ba ba hiriwa ya ka mokgwa ba tswang sekolong ke bothata bo re nang le bona mo nageng ya borena jwale re tlo tswela pele re bontšhe ka speed gore magato a tšeiwang ge batho ba le guilty mec kgwathišang letsogo le se ka faina batho ko bang batho ba ba tshwariwe tšhelete ya mmušo e boe ka gore setšhaba se ya sokola batho ba tswa dikolong ga bana mešomo lena le papatetša batho ba e leng gore ba senyetša setšhaba ba senyetša mmušo honorable speaker batho ba patelwe ba dile mmereko mo mmušong taba ya di-invoice tša phela di šaletše e go batša di-black owned enterprises re kgopela gore nke le e kgwathišeletše batho ba fiwe tšhelete ya gore ke di-entrepreneurs ba tšwele pele ba tlhabolola ikonomi ya rena furthermore honorable speaker it's a disgrace to the department gore ba no fitlhelela only 86% mola e le gore ba planne gabotse ba tseba target tša bona e sentše e be 100% nna dikgoro tše dingwe di tlilo ke thuta jwang ge o palelwa kgoro e beng ye kgolo e sentše e be example mo go lena re re taba ya donosa a e sa dumelelwa morena mokone le re thuše go e lwantšha gotlhe mo mmušong wa rena batho ba ba hiriwe go ya ka di-qualifications re a leboga
re ta gopela honorable Lebogo le honorable Mokoni not to use a language that is they long or it's unparliamentary because that language is parliamentary. So honorable Lebogo, I will give you opportunity. Let me I'm just saying re gopela gore le ska shumisha mantswe a ileng gore ha dumelelwa ka mo lekgotla tharamolang honorable Lebogo.
e kwagetše honorable speaker maybe nke be ke rile taba ya go kgonamiša batho le ntshwarele re re a e dumelelwe a e lwantšhiweng re a leboga
Yeah, honorable Mokoni, followed by honorable Mate.
le thiba ka mmele o na le ntho e le e tsebang okay
Honorable Speaker, when I stood up here, I thought you will call Honorable Lebogo to order. I was attracting your attention to say that the word Dunusa, it is not there in the dictionary of South Africa. And I thought you would call him to order. And now you are calling me to order. So please call Honorable Lebogo that if you want to do that, because this is a matter when you cast aspersion into members of the executive and members in administration, that they are using an professional way of appointing people. You must substantiate it and bring substantive motion into the House. And I didn't want to go there. So I'm saying you can't provoke me because I will respond and you will have to write that substantive motion and withdraw as we have before we go home tonight. Thank you.
Honorable Lebogo, there is a motion on the table that the word Dunusa it's not acceptable, it's unparliamentary. Let's withdraw it so that we are able to proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I'm trying to get a better speedy word to that. No, we can't withdraw because ka gore ke le njile le beng ga o se le Sizulu e mathata batho ba borena ba thakana le lona bošego le mosegare a ke re ba etapele le rena re le mo re bolela se re se kwang setšhaba se lela ka sona ka tsona gore mešomo e fiwa go ya ka metepe e leng gore a ya dumelelo jwale a e nyake dictionary tabe o le a e tseba jwale nna must I withdraw that some of our people are being subjected to illegal or intended activities which lead them to bedroom and some corners. No, then save it for the day I bring evidence. I'm not going to withdraw. You know it, honorable member, that there's a problem.
Honorable Lebogo, please sit down. Honorable Mate.
Adjustment. No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Logically, any usage of unparliamentary weight needs to be withdrawn. It's a non-negotiable. But if Honorable Law thinks that whatever is raising and not refusing to withdraw, then he must submit what Honorable Mkoni referred to as substantive motion. Because we cannot be sitting here, be held ransom on the basis of allegations which are not yet proven anywhere. Donosa is unparliamentary. And especially when we are from Friday, when we are from a day which we were respecting any form of abuse and degradation and any other thing against women. In this August House, a member who is a public representative stand proudly so to continue to degenerate and degrade the standing of women. It's unparliamentary. If he cannot withdraw, you can't raise order when I'm dealing with issues that is raising. So Donosa, it cannot be. We cannot plead with a person to withdraw. He must withdraw. If he's not able to withdraw, let's enforce what the rules are saying, because we're having rules here.
Honorable Lebogo, the word you have used is unparliamentary. We request that whatever explanation you wanted to give, even when you say it gets paid, today is the day that we start with the 16 days of activism. And if you stand in a forum like this, the manner you have put it, I can't put it myself, because it shows the disrespect, not only members who are sitting in the legislature, but as well the public that is listening to us. We're just saying you wanted to make a presentation, but the word used, unfortunately, it's unparliamentary. So that the plea that we're making as the House, that either you withdraw the word that has been used, and you are not withdrawing the content, but you are withdrawing the use of the word, the manner it has been used. And even when you are trying to explain Kaspedi, still irrogaes. So please withdraw, Honorable Lebogo, so that we're able to proceed on that word.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As I gravitate towards the point you raised, it will be wrong to allow members to misquote me. I never mentioned women. We are advocates of respecting women. And as we go towards doing what we are saying, I never spoke about women. We have a problem in the country. However, I'm withdrawing that weight. I withdraw that weight, but the context remains there. I withdraw.
You see, he wants to do with other people. He's coercing other members. Honorable members, let's proceed. Allow Honorable PAD to come and close the debate.
Maybe MEC of Education must help. I get a problem with language, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Without much ado, I'll just greet yourself, as well as the peers of African National Congress and all protocol observed. Honorable Speaker, the essence and the importance of quarterly reports is to provide an analysis of what transpired in the department during that period under review. The first quarter report for 2025-2026 financial year of the Limpopo Treasury covers the period between April to June 2025. In line with the legislative oversight model, the committee is tasked to check the use of resources such as human, finance, capital, and other allocated to different programs which are consistent with the projections made in the annual performance plan or the framework used to measure performance. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Provincial Treasury had a session with the department to check progress made on the 5 programs that the department is mandated to respond to. The corporate management service is aimed at ensuring sustainable support, service, and good governance, focusing on capacity building, human resource, ICT governance, and financial accounting. The department had set 3 targets for the program, and the department managed to achieve 2 of them, which translated to 67% target achievement. The reason for not achieving remaining target, Honorable Speaker, according to the department, was because of 1 invoice not paid on time due to unavailability of bus and logistics system during April 2025 as a result of migration from bus V5 to V6. You'll understand these are the systems in procurement system, Honorable Speaker. However, the department managed to pay 99.7% of all the suppliers' valid invoices, including the one that was delayed due to the system administration challenges. Honorable Speaker, the department further achieved 87% of the procurement of goods and services in support of women-owned sub-enterprises. The department allocated this program as an amount of 13.2 million rands for the entire financial year, and out of that, an amount of 9.2 million rands was allocated to address the vacancy rate in the department. Honorable Speaker, this is the area that also raised an area of concern for not closing the gaps in terms of the employment, whereas an allocation of money is made for the department. We therefore, as the committee, also pushed the department to make sure that the vacancies are very soon closed. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of Sustainable Resource Management Program is to provide sustainable resource management service to the provincial department and public entities. The program also handles fiscal policies, economic analysis, budget management, and support for the provincial and municipal finance. During the period under review, the department had 8 targets, of which 7 were achieved. The committee commended the department for achieving 7 targets. The department had a target of 26 municipal state of finance reports assessments, which were all implemented. This Honorable Speaker also respond to what Honorable Lebo has raised on the issue of oversight played over the municipalities. Honorable Speaker, the committee requested the department to provide a comprehensive report regarding the status of the date for budget assessment regarding 26 municipalities. The plan must include the interventions that are in place to improve and sustain the municipal financial expenditure. There were 10 targets planned for prioritized municipalities funded through the municipal infrastructure grant, and all 10 targets were accomplished, translated to 100%, Honorable Speaker. Once more, Honorable Speaker, the program 3 deals with assets, liabilities, and supply chain management. And all the management assets, liabilities, and supply chain management across all the provincial departments and entities were also achieved. Honorable Speaker, the committee noted that for the period under review, the program had 4 output indicators, and that is management of assets, banking, cash and liabilities, management, supply chain governance and compliance, and supply chain management, client support. All 4 output indicators were accomplished, translating to 100% achievement as well. Honorable Speaker, I think this also responds directly to what Honorable Four was saying about the competency of the department in terms of the implementation of the programs. The supply chain governance and compliance output indicator has 16 targets for cash management assets to be conducted in public entities and votes, and were all achieved. The supply chain client support and the indicator had 16 targets conducted in public entities and votes, strategic procurement and targets of Limpopo procurement strategies, and all the targets were also achieved, which also translate to 100%. The annual budget for the program was 11.3 million rands, wherein the department managed to spend an amount of 2.8 million rands, and was spent translating to 47% budget expenditure. The expenditure for the period under review was 473,482 rands, translating to 4% expenditure of the annual budget. Honorable Speaker, the financial governance programs purpose is to promote accountability and compliance with the financial norms and standards as contained in the Public Finance Management Act, Act number 1 of 1999, as amended. The output indicators for the program for our financial management and capacity building, financial accounting, and as well as reporting, transversal risk management, financial systems achievement, consideration, and governance and compliance monitoring. Honorable Speaker, the last program is shared internal audit services, which objectively provide internal audit and consultation services to the provincial department. The programs had 5 performance indicators and but during the quarter under review, the 3 outputs targeted were not achieved. Honorable Speaker, without much ado, let me move over to the Limpopo Provincial Treasury first quarter performance report for the 2025-26 financial year, demonstrate praiseworthy progress aligned to its mandate of sustainable public resource management, with the majority of planned targets achievement or exceeded across all the key programs. Key highlights including the compliance in ICT governance, monitoring exceeding procurement award to women and enterprises, which was at 87% against the 70% comprehensive assessment in fiscal policy, infrastructure, and financial management, and over delivery in transversal system training of 25 courses implemented against 18 planned. This accomplishment align with the annual performance plan and contribute to the enhancement governance, socio-economic development, and alignment with the Public Finance Management Act and Limpopo Procurement of 2030 strategy. Once more, the speakers had drawn to the conclusion. The Portfolio Committee commended the department for reaching 86% targets achievement and commitment made to reach 100% targets achievement in the second quarter of 2025-26 financial year. The department should provide the Portfolio Committee the details on the assessment conducted on the municipalities in relation to MIG in the second quarter of the 2025-26 financial year. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the department must present a capacity building plan to ensure that municipalities rely on their internal capacity to develop annual financial statements without outsourcing. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I rest my case by saying I present this before this House for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
We shall now call upon the Honorable the MEC for Provincial Treasury, that Khabo Elias Mawai, to respond to the debate. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We have taken note of all matters raised by the relevant members and will accordingly deal with what we need to do. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. That was a very quick response. You did not even need my 3 minutes. So MEC for Education shouldn't panic. She has the 5 minutes. We shall now proceed, honorable members, order in the House. We now proceed to item 7.4, consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Education. We shall call the chair of the committee, Honorable Christian Nkakareng Rakhwale, to come and present the report of the Portfolio Committee.
Greetings yourself, Honorable Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip, the Deputy Chief Whip, the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, and all MSs present here. Honorable members, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Honorable Speaker, allow me to present for consideration and adoption the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Education.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The seconder. Honorable Metle Ramsula.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Makurupeji. I am Honorable Medler hereby seconding the presentation as made by Honorable Rahwal.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Chair, you can proceed to deal with all your reports. We are now at 7.5.
Once more, Honorable Speaker, allow me to present to the House 2025-2026 first quarter report for the department for consideration and adoption.
Any seconder, Honorable Mukwili?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mokwele ME and rise to second the chairperson of the Portfolio of Committee of Education on the 2025-2026 first quarter report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. You can proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I present to the House the report on the state of school infrastructure in the province for adoption and consideration and adoption. Thank you.
Thanks, honorable members. Honorable members, secondment. I've seen Honorable Mukaba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Honorable Mukaba from Mankwen Cluster. I rise to support the report presented by Honorable Nkakare.
We're happy to know that cluster still exists. Honorable Chair, you can proceed.
Once more, Honorable Speaker, I present to the House for consideration and adoption the report on oversight visit to special schools in Vembe District on the 1st of October 2025.
Thank you so much. Any seconder? Honorable Kupa Nabuza.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Bella Kupa Mabuza is my name. I stand to second. I will stand to second the presentation made by Honorable Chairperson of Portfolio Committee on Education, Mayor Rahwale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, I present for consideration and adoption report on special schools in Sekhukhune District on the 2nd of October 2025.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the report? Honorable Mantata Marcel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the presentation as presented by Honorable Kakari. I thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We shall now proceed to the speakers list. When we go to the speakers list, this is one long debate, unfortunately. That's why we've got more minutes, even the MEC has got more minutes to respond to. We'll now allow Honorable Maringa Bongani Wesley to open the debate. Honorable Maringa, you have got 14 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, let me greet you, Dr. Makomo Krupeche, the Deputy Speaker, the Premier of Limpopo Province, Dr. Popi Ramatua, all MECs present here, you are greeted. Let me greet the Chief Whip and his deputy and the whippery, and greet all members of this august house. Thank you. I'm going to be engaging with all of you on the report, the 2024-25 report of the Department of Education in Limpopo. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I want to start with a Tibetan proverb that says, a child without education is like a bird without wings. The future has to start there. We need to invest quite very strongly as the government, and as far as the level of education is concerned, from the basic education up to a point of your matriculation, so that when they move beyond that, they're able to do well. This report highlights both achievement and challenges. We have to note progress we have made in improving learner outcome, teacher development, and also infrastructure upgrades as a province. However, Chair, we also need to acknowledge the persistent challenges that hinder department's ability to deliver. And in this case, some amongst those particular challenges we face will be your resource constraints and the loss of capacity within the teaching fraternity and also within the department in terms of movement of people as they relocate from time to time. Honorable Speaker, Premier Popi Ramatuba has implored all of us to recognize that education is a societal issue. During the 2025 Provincial Education Awards, she said, we are reminded of a transformation power of education in shaping the future of the province. With that statement said, that signaled a commitment on the part of government to do well in terms of education and respect of the capacity that we must produce, and also in respect of the financial muscles that we must redirect to boosting the capacity of all our education fraternities to do well. Honorable Speaker, in terms of expenditure, we were able to spend at least up to about 98% as way back as March during the current financial year, and that was serious progress considering in terms of comparative speaking with how we've been doing in the past years. And with that amount of financial expenditure, the department was able to put together a serious inroads in terms of how we must prepare our schools and prepare our teachers and learners to set a standard and put our province where it's supposed to be at. We historically had challenges at the Department of audit findings where we'll be found wanting, we'll receive qualified audits from time to time. Under the stewardship of our MEC, Womawungu, Ramakanya, we've been able to at least pull strings across and put them together where we are now receiving unqualified audits, and that is a very serious bone of contention that we need to work toward about as a department. We stand very strongly and we stand very firm in cognizance of the fact that we are changing the ties around in respect of our spending and cleaning our books so that we can continue to service our communities, particularly in the space of our basic education. On service delivery as a department, we have been facing challenges of infrastructure, decaying and development across our provinces. To list, quite a number of schools have always been wanting in terms of the infrastructure where our people are supposed to learn from. And out of the conditions that exist that relates to the state of the schools and the classroom situations, we have always been experiencing challenges in terms of delivery. And some of these challenges we have been able to intervene through your temporary infrastructures where the learners can learn from. And we continue to say we need to do better. We need to improve the infrastructure. We need to build schools. We need to develop classroom situations that are there. I'll give you a typical example, Honorable Speaker. There's a school called Mutlaraneng Primary School where learners will be learning from a carport in a particular environment of a school. You'll then be worried about that. In Mawaza Secondary School as well, and in Shigal Primary School somewhere in Wembe, certain learners of grade 7 will be learning and receiving their education in a shack. Now, it can't be that in Limpopo to date we still have challenges of classroom situations. And part of the challenges we face in this regard, Honorable MEC, we are left wanting on the basis of the delivery on the part of implementing agencies. We need to be firm in terms of the contracts we have with the implementing agencies when it comes to construction of the school infrastructure so that we can eradicate the current challenge that we face where our learners are studying under trees, others are studying under shacks. And with that said, we can do better, we can even produce more results than what we have produced in the previous academic year. On administration, Honorable Speaker, we have taken routes and we've always moved fast as possible where we have also increased the challenge of employment of teachers. You'll know very well, Honorable Speaker, that at some point, Limpopo has been facing challenges of shortage of teachers and versus what the need is on the ground. We've been able to employ almost over 150 teachers to fill the vacancies that are there. And we admit as a department that we have not done enough because we still have quite a number of vacancies that exist. However, you'll know better that the presence of teachers comes along with the financial muscles to be able to provide them with remuneration. But with the current leadership that we have in the department, led by the MEC, Wuma Wungu, we are confident that we are going to fill the gaps. And with Capitec here being available and now is distributing the wealth of the province, we have confidence that in the next financial year, the MEC for Treasury will then pay attention to the need that we have. And also that the MEC will continue to engage the National Department for additional funding so that we have got what we term or what we call funded posts so that we can fill all the gaps of the teachers that we do not have. In terms of inclusive education, the department has done well in terms of engaging stakeholders who can add value in the development of our education system. But we are running short, we are lagging behind, Honorable Speaker, in respect of community participation. A lot of the challenges that we are facing today has to do a lot with how communities participating in safeguarding the future of their children and in terms of their participation with the school engagement, including the weaknesses that we have with our SGBs. A lot of parents are not necessarily coming forward. And you need to acknowledge one thing. Parents that are there today are parents of my generation. And the big question is, why would a parent of my generation not have an interest in terms of participating in the SGBs? And that is where we must begin to strengthen that particular component so that all community members are able to participate in development of the education of their children and also safeguard the properties of the state that are used by these learners when they are at school. On the aspect, Honorable Chair, the Honorable Speaker, when we declare schools and make them special schools, what qualifies them to be special schools is because of the learners who are going to that school. And you will know very well that it means all those who are students there are people with special needs. To a particular extent, we have not done well in terms of preparing all the special schools to respond adequately and properly and efficiently to the kind of the learners that they have. I'll give you a typical example, Honorable Speaker. We went to Ruboni in Bembe. The situation there is unbearable. However, we've got a new structure, state-of-the-art structure that is being built. The constructor there has not been responding effectively in terms of timelines that are there. We are just hopeful that through the engagement that we're having with the department and officials there in the department, come 2026 financial year, we'll be able to work there. Maybe the MEC will have to work there and officially open that new infrastructure that we have there, so that all the learners that are at that school are able to receive the necessary kind of support through infrastructure development that they deserve. We have a special school in Skukune, for instance, which I think government must reconsider its position. The school there, where we have closed up the aspect of high school, Honorable MEC, we moved the learners there to Sututuluani. If you look at all those learners who are there, these are children with special needs. And if they are from Skukune, by a mere calculation of the distance that exists between Skukune and Mankwin, already it's a burden on the part of the parents in terms of visitation. You can just imagine that a person with special needs moving from Skukune to Stutulwane in Mankwin, that alone, the environmental changes that happens is not necessarily contributing very strongly in their development in terms of academic activities. We need to reconsider that decision and find ways and means to rebuild a school or take them back to Skukune and have them studying there. The MEC for Coxstar is here. I'm going to engage you on this one. We've got a special school that we're building in Skukune's government. In the very same piece of land where this school is being built, as a Hoshi in that area is already disposed of pieces of land. Right in the middle of the school, you've got a house. While the contractor is building a school, you've got a citizen of South Africa and Skukune is building his own 3-bedroom house. And the question will be, once the construction of the school is done and completed, what is going to be the situation? Who's going to be responsible of the fencing? And how are learners going to be learning? And these are learners with special needs. On the other side, there's a construction of a house. So we then say, I know very well the ANC-led government is very sympathetic to Wahoshi, and government has always been taken care of. Maybe Honorable MEC for Coxstar, one day you may need to be part of those who are going to be a delegation to engage with the Hoshi to suspend this disposition of the piece of land which has already been allocated to the construction of the school, so that we can build the school and complete it and have our learners studying there. Honorable Speaker, there's also another critical issue of one school in Bembe, Shulabusiku. The contractor has been built. You see, we are failed by contractors, unfortunately. And when the blame begins to pop up, it never pops up on the face of the contractor. It always pops out on the face of government. In this case, it will be the wrong party which is supposed to take blame. We have a contractor there who has built the school, who has been paid, but then there's a lot of work that has not been completed in respect of your sewage system, your ablution system. And this is a school for learners with special needs. And then the question will be, if a contractor completes work and gets back and close the file when such kind of an activity has not been resolved, what then becomes a situation? Honorable Speaker, we have a responsibility as government to equip all special schools. Those who are visually impaired must have necessary tools to see. Those who can't read must have the braille, and those who've got hearing problems must be assisted with devices that can assist them to get to understand better and to hear as and when they are taught. And this responsibility does not rest on anyone except the government of the day, and in this case, it's going to be an ANC-led government. And these schools who are the ones who have categorized them, who are the ones who are supporting them, unfortunately, the amount of support has not reached a level where we are buying them devices to assist them learn. The other area where we're facing serious challenges, MEC Mabungu, you are here, MEC Dieketsing, you are here, and the Premier is here, or she has shifted. We do not have educational specialists who must deal with the mental wellness of all learners who are in all these special schools. It's an area that we have not necessarily empowered it very strongly and very firmly. We have a responsibility as government, as we get these torrents from Treasury, MEC, we need to find a way to allocate some few cents. I'm not sure how best we can do it, to try and make sure that all these special schools have got the educational specialists who are always at those schools. Even if they are not every day, at least they can have a specialist once in 3 weeks or once in a month, because naturally, the learners who are there, they need some certain level of special care. And that special care, in majority, can only come from these medical practitioners who are qualifying to deliver such services. Before the Honorable Speaker says I must sit down, let me just bow out and say, we have got a very strong responsibility. The challenges are too heavy, but they are not too difficult for us, and we are going to conquer and we'll get them right. You must continue, MEC, to provide the necessary leadership you are providing, and engage your officials there to literally do well, and not just report that they are doing well. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for 30 seconds extra. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Maringa. We'll now allow Honorable Andre Moss. He has got 5 minutes, not additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, esteemed members of the Executive Council, leaders of opposition parties, and members of the House and guests. South Africa does not merely have a funding problem in basic education. It has priorities, management, and accountability problem. Limpopo's education reports, the annual report, the first quarter performance, and oversight reports on infrastructure and special schools lay that reality bare. And because all these are implemented under national frameworks, grants and norms, this is not just a Limpopo problem, it's a national warning light. At Rivonia School for the Blind, the new school started in 2021. It was supposed to be finished long ago. We are now told it's at 93% completion. Yet the children are still living and learning in old, freezing mobile classrooms and mobile hostels. They walk and play among open trenches, rubble and construction sites. Children who cannot see the danger in front of them. The contractor is currently under business rescue. The building stands there, almost done but not usable, and the blind children wait. At Boshele School for the Blind and Deaf, built in 1957, hostels and ablutions are deteriorating. Plumbing blasts regularly. There is a chronic shortage of braille materials and hearing aids. Only 12 of 31 educators are special needs qualified, and the school carries an Eskom bill of more than 1 million rand per year. At Tusanang, a special school was built on a wetland. Millions were spent. The buildings are there. The furniture is there. But the school is not functional because basic engineering principles were ignored. The department had to buy more mobile classrooms again. Honourable Speaker, these are not just provincial headaches. They are violations of Section 10, 24, and 29 of the Constitution. Dignity, a safe environment, and basic education, spelled out in committee reports. In other places, like Masoko and Kagulusi, the department decided that new brick infrastructure does not make business sense because of low enrollment. Those children must stay in temporary structures and hope that one day they will be merged into another school. So in one village, we build a broken school in the wrong place. In another village, we say a proper school is not worth the investment. The common factor is that the child is never at the center of any decision. Out of the 3.43 billion in conditional grants, the province spent just over 97%. On paper, that seems fine, but once again, the problem is where the gaps are. Grants for nutrition, ECD, infrastructure, and HIV are all reported at above 90% by year end. Yet the worst performer by far is maths, science, and technology grant at barely 2/3 of its allocation. It dropped dramatically from over 90% the previous year to just over 60%. The department itself admits that this was caused by failure to procure coding and robotic kits on time, then trying to redirect the money to laptops, which also were not delivered in time. In other words, they changed the midstream and still did not execute. This is not a small technical matter. This is a province and a country that says it wants to create engineers, doctors, technicians, and scientists. We speak in big speeches about the fourth industrial revolution, about digital skills, about STEM being the future. Yet the very grant is designed to support maths and science in the school is the one that repeatedly underspent and in some years has to send money back. Honorable Speaker, we are long past the stage of discovering these conditions. They are on record. What remains is whether this House will still tolerate them. If not, accountability must move from words to action now. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now proceed to Honorable Jacobus Frederick Smale. You have got 9 minutes, Honorable Smale.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. This is quite a progressive committee that's not standing backwards towards what should be done. Honourable members, stakeholders and guests, I stand before you today to discuss the 24-25 annual report of the Department of Education of Limpopo, highlighting serious shortcomings and providing guidance for improvement. As the opposition, we acknowledge the department's efforts, but we cannot ignore the human rights violations and legislative shortcomings that plague our education system. The Auditor General report reveals irregular expenditure, unauthorized spending, and wasteful expenditure totaling 123 million, 45 million, and 18 million respectively. These funds could have been better spent on improving infrastructure, supporting special needs schools, and enhancing teacher development programs. Specifically, we are concerned about the plight of our learners at our special needs school, Rebona School and Setotolwana School, which lack basic infrastructure resources. Rebona School, with over 200 learners, has inadequate classrooms, sanitation facilities, and learning materials, and Setotolwana School, with over 150 learners, facing similar challenges, including the lack of assistant devices and specialized teachers. I agree with Honourable Maringa. At this stage in our democracy, we shouldn't be speaking about how we still assisting or need to deal with special needs school. We should have completed that project. Every school we build today and the priorities of what needs to be done on the APP speaks for itself. Honourable MEC, thank you for answering some of my critical questions in the program, set out in our program today. 744 schools are in need of additional classroom. 744. 934 schools are in need of additional sanitation. But what must be concerning is that we've still got 5 schools with pit latrines, 361 enviro-loose schools. But what I do question here is the boy-girl ratio of sanitation that has been answered here, MEC, is 1 to 44. And I can take the department and yourself to schools where the sanitation ratio at schools is not 1 to 44. And it's how we answer some of these questions that I would ask that we consider some of those inputs a bit more strongly. If we look at mobile toilets at our schools, in 23-24, 28 schools had access to them. We moved from 24 to 25 to 182, and we're moving this financial year to 188. What we would have wanted to see is a decrease and a bit more brick and mortar buildings going up and supporting those sanitation facilities to our learners. We cannot continue to neglect the pressing needs of our learners with special needs and educational needs, and urge the department to prioritize the needs of these learners and provide the necessary support to ensure they receive quality education. Key concerns for the department to prioritize remain the addressing delayed and delivery of textbooks, providing assistive devices and school furniture that impacts learners right to the quality of our education. Tackling the high vacancy rate, particularly in rural schools, which indicate challenges in meeting Employment Equity Act requirements, a continuous overlooking of underachievements of the targets for specialized schools, and technical vocational streams continues to limit opportunities for our learners and must be reversed as a priority. The report of the state of the school of our infrastructure in the province paints a bleak picture. Of the 28 schools visited across the province, none of the outstanding matters has been resolved. All of the committee resolutions are either not resolved or not fully resolved, and this displays a lack of sufficient will and a commitment to address institutional challenges that continue to affect our education system. Despite the failures to resolve the committee's resolution, it is encouraging that the department has indicated efforts to address some social ills and issues in our education system, such as deploying 230 learner support agents to high-burden schools, efforts to focus on substance abuse, prevention of unwanted pregnancies, and attempts to address the progression of learners despite poor performance through training of SMTs and ensuring remedial programs are fully implemented. The department needs to speed up infrastructure development plans and their implementation, as the report shows major areas of concern such as unallocated projects, including 31 special needs education schools with no implementing agents, allocated 109 storm damage projects from 24-25 that have not been allocated implementing agents, and a school where not all pit toilets are demolished. I do take note of the comments of the MEC of Treasury today in the adjustment budget, but the report is retrospective during that financial year, Honourable MEC. Recommendations that the department must prioritize is the addressing of the infrastructure challenges, including these pit toilets, eradication and safe sanitation facilities. Strengthening governance and compliance with financial regulations is another necessary step to ensure the department does not misuse or waste limited resources needed to address the numerous educational challenges in Limpopo. In addition to strengthening governance and compliance, it is important to enhance monitoring and evaluation mechanisms to ensure there is a continuous improvement to the implementation programs. Honourable MEC, you have to make sure and take an undertaking to prioritize funding for ECD programs, special education, and vulnerable groups that have been severely neglected for years and deserve an adequate level of education. The need to continue to develop targeted strategies for mathematics and science subjects must continue to ensure that our learners of this province have as many avenues and opportunities available to them. We urge the department to take concrete steps to address these shortcomings and ensure quality education for all our learners in this province. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Small. I've recovered my 30 seconds. I will now allow Honorable Walter Samuel to come and present on his debate. You have 11 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to acknowledge and greet the leader of the official opposition, Commissar Mapoulo, the chairperson of the EFF in the province, members of the EFF out there, the invited guests in the gallery, members of this house. Honorable Speaker, allow me to begin by agreeing with the MEC for Provincial Treasury in his assertion that the true leadership lies in the spending of 100% of the money allocated. And se a se re gore o spenda tšhelete ka go e utswa, se ra gore o santse o spend tšhelete ka go iša itirela bathong. Honorable Speaker, 30 years into ANC rule, the Limpopo Department of Basic Education continue to fail the poorest and most vulnerable learners. The department failed to spend 100% of its adjusted appropriation of 39.8 billion, leaving behind an unforgivable 722 million that could have changed the lives of the learners trapped in collapsing classrooms and unsafe premises. The ANC government failed to spend 3.4 billion in conditional grant. This includes non-completion of procurement for math, science, and technology kits, and the reckless redirection of math, science, and technology grants to purchasement of laptops that were never delivered on time. 30 years in governance, yet the department still cannot complete basic procurement processes. Honorable Speaker, it is concerning that the department's chronic failures stems from the late submission of invoices for delivery of school furnitures, delays in appointing chemical service providers for ECD centers, and failure to procure motor vehicles and buses for special schools. Those are not administrative errors. There are structural governance failures after 3 decades in power. It is interesting but not surprising, Madam Speaker, that the department is able to fully support independent schools in accordance with Schools Act. About 169 million was spent fully on the independent schools. Meanwhile, the ANC government cannot support public ordinary schools and public special schools with the same enthusiasm. Se no bontšha gabotse gore di-priorities tša mmušo wa ANC a ya ema gabotse. Ge ba deliver go white schools ba kitima, mara ge ba swanetše gore ba supporte dikolo tša gabo rena tša batho baso ba goga maoto. The public ordinary schools were allocated 33.5 billion, yet the department underspent by 355 million. The reasons are the same: recycling excuses, late delivery of school furniture, delayed textbooks, and unpaid scholar transport invoices. After 30 years, the ANC government is unable to deal with a mere basic rules. The irrational situation where the 22,000 teacher assistants remain unpaid in certain districts while others are being paid is unacceptable. Those delays are not accidental. They reflect the department that has lost all financial and administrative controls. The department has repeatedly lied about the infrastructure challenges, particularly on the eradication of pit toilets and fixing dilapidated buildings. Oversight visits contradicts those claims. Taung High School in Fetahomtuwat is still using pit toilets. Ratseke Primary School in Hapan Village still operates in dilapidated buildings. Tabisongo Primary School in Jokong Village, learners literally learn under trees. The budget for public special schools was 833 million, yet the expenditure amounts to 747 million, leaving 86 million unspent. This is a disgrace, especially given the horrifying conditions in special schools. Honorable Speaker, at Rivoni School for the Blind, our oversight visit revealed a school in severe infrastructural crisis, an installed and incomplete construction project forces blind learners into dilapidated mobile classrooms and unsafe hostels. There are 0 therapists, only 1 teacher assistant, and no mobility instructor. Hostels are freezing in winter and unbearably hot in summer. This is lived reality under ANC government 8 years later. Honorable Speaker, at Asiphumelele Special School, the school operates from container classrooms, lacking hostels, no therapy rooms, and no essential assistive devices. Teacher posts remain unfilled and adjusted. The adjacent construction site is incomplete and hazardous to the health of the learners. Learners with severe and multiple disabilities are being taught in conditions unfit for human learning. Honorable Speaker, at Tilwavu Siku, a special school, the school operates a hostel without formal registration, using 3 classrooms to house learners. There are serious water shortages, broken ablution facilities, and unsafe sanitary conditions. Only 1 occupational therapist is available for 281 learners, with no psychologist, no physiotherapist, and no speech therapist. This is not a school environment, it is a humanitarian crisis. In the first quarter of 2025-2026, vote 3 analysis shows that the public special schools education spent only 1.8% of its budget in the first quarter, down from 25% previously. This is a lowest spending amongst all programs. At the same time, the independent schools are being supported at this stage is at 50% of its budget. Those numbers expose the ANC's twisted priorities. Se seno bontšha gabotse gore ka nnete ANC ge e ya go support dikolo tše le gore šete di ikeme ke dikolo tša independent. Ba kitima mara ga ba ya go dikolo tša magaeng ba goga maoto. Ke seo re tshwanetse gore se bušeletše nako le nako gore di-priorities tša lena are well aligned. The education infrastructure grant spent 14.1% in the first quarter, confirming the delays, abandoned projects, and crumbling infrastructure visible across the entire province. 30 years into ANC rule, schools still resemble construction sites rather than safe learning environments. The Auditor General found that the department incurred 1.5 billion in irregular expenditure. This includes the 292 million lost through the irregular awarding of National School Nutrition Program tender, and over 400 million lost through unlawful transversal contracts, which the department litigated and lost in courts. Corruption continued to swallow our resources in this department. Honorable Speaker, it is highly suspicious that the new HOD appointed by the current MEC of Basic Education presided over the same controversial transversal contract while he was still working in Northwest. Few months later, he was absorbed in our department. Honorable Speaker, the state of education in this province is a mirror of the ANC's 30 years legacy. Pit toilets, collapsing schools, unpaid teacher assistant, abandoned projects, disabled learners neglected, blind learners living in dangerous conditions, and hundreds of millions unspent. The economic freedom fighters in the province demands immediate intervention, accountability, and justice for the learners in this province. I thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now allow the chair of the committee, Honorable Christian Kakaring Rakhwali, to close the debate. Over to you, Chair. You have got 14 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, I'm also lobbying for the remaining minutes that were left by Honorable Smali to also be allocated to me as I take this opportunity to greet you, the Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, the Chair of Chairs and Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier, the MECs present, and honorable members. And let me take this opportunity also and greet our Provincial Secretary, Bamsanda Womadaj. I've listened to all the members of the committee that were here, and some of them sound like a bitter ex. I mean, some of them we used to travel this journey together as they count 30 years of democracy. They just left 2 years ago. Today they are seeing all the wrongs from this other side. This is okay, but we are soldiering on. Madam Speaker, let me not take time on behalf of the committee present the first quarter and oversight report of the Department of Education in Limpopo for the 2025-2026 financial year. This report highlights our progress, challenges, and commitment to delivering quality services to our learners. The Department of Education in Limpopo is committed to providing quality education that prepares our learners for the challenges of the 21st century. And as we continue to navigate the complexities of our education system, we remain focused on our core mandate to provide access to quality education for all. The program was under administration. The program was allocated 2.641 billion. Expenditure for the quarter amounted to 500.78 million, which is 19% of the program allocation. The department planned to reach out to 3,606 public schools that use South African schools administration and management system, any alternative electronic solution to provide data in public schools that can be contacted electronically. It was found that 99.8% of suppliers' invoices that should be paid within 30 days MEC are not being paid within 38, because I think we need to improve on that one. And the report that we get as a committee is that, which indicates that there is a late interface between Lokis and BAS. And the committee required about measures put in place to resolve the matter since it was recurring from the first quarter of 2024-2025 financial year. And the committee recommended that an assessment on capacity of officials responsible for Lokis and BAS should be made to avoid the regular system errors report. And therefore, quarterly progress on mitigating measures should be reported to that effect. Furthermore, the committee was concerned that the aforementioned system has long been available and could therefore not be used as an excuse for non-performance. At the time of reporting, the committee noted gender imbalances at senior management level and realized that gender equity must be addressed in the department. The committee recommended that the department must address gender imbalances in compliance with equity legislations whilst on the appointment. Perhaps we might need to remind my colleague that the MEC responsible for the Department of Education is not responsible for the appointment of HOD. It is the Office of the Premier that had to run the process of appointing the HOD. And if he has got interest of how the process was run, as we are going to keep quiet because we're listening to you. Now you have to then understand and be reminded in terms of the process of appointing the HOD. Madam Speaker, as a member of the ANC, chairing the committee will be failing in my objective assessment of the performance of the Department of Education if we do not consider that inroads have been made in the delivery of some quality education to our learners. It is through education that individuals acquire skills that make them employable and equip them to access opportunities that improve their lives. Producing quality learners requires a quality learning environment, and we need quality schools with adequate infrastructure, enough classrooms, suitably qualified educators, sanitation, electricity, water, and sporting facilities. And the committee have seen an improvement in our matric pass rate, increasing to 85% from 82% in the previous year. This is a testament to the hard work of our learners, teachers, and officials, as led by teacher number 1, Honorable MEC Mavunkulo. On public ordinary schools education, during the quarter under review, there were no targets for program as all targets were scheduled for the first quarter. And the committee noted a number of vacancies in the department. As it is off, I hope it is not eating into my minutes. The committee noted a number of vacancies in the department and is considered view. It deemed it necessary that assessment should be done so as to strike a balance between the teacher-learner ratio. Another concern was with respect to Funza Lushaka Bursary scheme, wherein the department was advised that bursaries should be awarded in career fields that respond to mandate of the department and the needs of the economy. By so doing, graduates will not find it hard to access employment in their respective fields of study. The committee was made aware about component of HIV/AIDS teenage pregnancies are purely societal issues. However, it is considered viewed that educators need to be trained on holistic sexuality education so that they can freely talk to and advise learners about those issues so as to minimize the risk associated with those conditions, including limiting the number of learners who might be impregnated during schooling years. The committee recommended that educators should be trained on holistic sexuality, I think is a repetition, and the committee further welcomed the health products regulator decision to approve the long-acting prevention drug. South Africa being the first country on the continent to register the twice-a-year injection, which provides 6 months of protection against HIV, as reported on the 28th of October 2025. And we have faith that the drug could help close major gaps in HIV prevention, as reported by Dr. Aaron Motswaledi. It is also reported that during trials, it was found that in young girls, if they take this injection, 100%, they are 100% protected from contracting HIV/AIDS. This will minimize the risk associated with those conditions, including limiting the number of learners who might be affected or impregnated during schooling years. Under early childhood development, the main task for this program is to focus on promoting holistic development in young children, including cognitive, emotional, social, and physical growth. The program was allocated 990.651 million, and expenditure for the quarter amounted to 252.690 million, or 25% of the program allocation. During the quarter under review, there were no targets for the program, as all targets were scheduled for the first quarter. On school infrastructure, this program was allocated 1.692385 billion, and expenditure for the quarter amounted to 470.974 million, or 27% of the program allocation. And during the quarter under review, there were no targets for the program, as all targets were scheduled for the fourth quarter. The committee learned from 2025-26 budget speech of the department that over 20 schools projects were under construction and requested that details of such project be submitted to the committee. Subsequently, a list of schools infrastructure projects outlining projects, cost, timeframes, achievement, and challenges at various projects was duly submitted to the committee for scrutiny. It was found that less than 20% of the budget for the program was spent on goods and services and and payment of the capital asset. On Riboni Special School, MEC, and this time I'm inviting also MEC Rachweni on this one. Riboni Special School is a sad story. It's really a sad story. I wish you can go there together, MEC. You know, to the extent that the principal said we are becoming the zoo, to an extent that each and every politician that wants to come and make oversight come to our school, they leave, nothing happens. And I can tell you the situation is appalling on the basis that there are even trenches. Actually, it's like the contractor has left the site. We are talking about the school where it's learners with special schools, some of which don't see. They did not close the trenches. They are no longer those the danger tapes. Anything can happen. And we are talking about learners that cannot see. And we are saying, the sooner we attend to it. The problem, MEC, is that the day we went to the school, the contractor was there, but he does not give hope. And you can hear that we might still have 2026 as well coming to an end without anything happening. And I'm pleading with both of you as MECs that please go closer to that situation. It might become an embarrassment one of the good days. During the visit, it was found that from the previous committee visit, nothing was done in the school as the learners were still relying on mobile classrooms that were provided by the department, and those mobile classes were dilapidated as they were meant to be makeshift facilities. The ablution facilities were old. There were no therapy rooms, no fencing around the school, and some parts of the available structures were vandalized. There were no ramps and walkways, which is the situation that we are finding in almost all the special school, that some of the things I think, MEC, if you can engage MEC Rachweni to check with these people, the manner in which you are attending to the if you can have a program to go and assist just temporary ramps just for the learners to be able to have access to the school, it becomes a challenge for those that are taking care of them in those schools. So IDT really need to be attended to. The most defining feature of Riboni is the incomplete construction site that dominates the school grounds and the state of facilities in poor because the school is trapped in a prolonged transitional phase, relying entirely on temporary mobile structures. And during deliberations, it was found that the school is in the sorry state, but I think I was able to indicate that. Now, let me go to Chilabusik, which I think my colleagues that have come here have already made an indication. I'm not going to repeat what they've said, but also one of the things is that officials, honorable MECs, they sign completion certificate when certain things which are very critical are not complete. And one of these one, especially in Chilabusik, a special school, is the plumbing system. They left it, and the day the IDT admitted that indeed we left here without completing. Now it created a serious problem. So I think that needs to be attended as quick as possible. As Pumela Special School, I think Honorable Maringa was able to speak about it, especially on the issue of saying they were, I'm sure you, MEC Makam will know about the situation that I think there were issues between the two Hoshis, that one allocated the stand for the school, other one allocated the stand for settlement. And both, as we speak, they are busy constructing the structures. It's going to be a challenge if we don't attend to it as quick as possible. So I think other things, MEC, the construction in Aspumelele, I think is a good work that we need to applaud. And I think their IDT is doing a wonderful work. And we were happy as a committee, even the systems, the temporary structures that we've put there, I think we're happy they are well functioning and they're taken care of. Now, the challenges, I think they're insurmountable, Honorable. Let me see. They can be attended to as quick as possible. Like I'm saying, we are talking about special schools here, different from our children that can be able to see where they should run to and where there's a pitch that they should jump without falling into it. And way forward, the department must continue to prioritize teacher development and support this, include ongoing training and coaching to ensure that our teachers are equipped to deliver high quality education. So one other critical issue, I think, MEC, is that when certain teachers resign from special schools and they have to pick each or any other teacher which is not trained in terms of how to deal with those learners with special needs. So I think it's one other issue that we might need to look into. And in conclusion, the first quarter of the 2025-26 financial year, an oversight visit has been marked by significant progress and challenges. We are proud of what we have achieved, but we are not complacent, and we will continue to work tirelessly to ensure that our learners receive the quality education they deserve. And I want to thank our dedicated officials, teachers, and partners for their hard working, led by the Honorable MEC. Your efforts are making a difference in the life of our learners. Let us continue to work together to build a brighter future of our province, a future where every learner has access to quality education and every child can reach their full potential. Lastly, the committee, having considered the 2025-2026 first quarter performance and oversight report, the Department of Education recommends to the House to accept the report and that the department should comply with the recommendations of the committee as indicated above. And the committee considered this report and hereby move that it should be adopted as a report of the House. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. One day I'm going to come back for my 11 seconds. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair, for a well-elaborated, at least you gave me six seconds. Thank you so much for that. We'll now I want to make a small announcement. Don't be surprised when you don't see the Honorable, the Premier, and the Chief Whip. As we speak now at 2 o'clock, His Excellency, the Deputy President, Paul Shpokoza Mashatile, he will be on COP, so they're supposed to join the plenary there. They're just outside joining the NCOP plenary when the Deputy President will be there. So don't be surprised when you don't see them. I felt I needed to inform the House. We will now allow the Honorable, the MEC for Department of Education to come and respond to the debate.
Thank you, Masiari, Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, Honorable Makamu, colleagues, MECs, Chair of Chairs, and the Wipari, the Leader of the Opposition Party, our Honorable Chair of the Committee, and the members of the committee. Thank you so much for the time allocated. I will not deal with the discussion as differently, but will want to just raise few issues, Honorable Speaker. We want to start by appreciating the debate as given by the committee, the council, and the support that the committee is giving us, the positive attitude in terms of raising challenges and also giving us support, but equally appreciate how the committee understands the challenges that we have as a department. We want to also indicate that the debate takes place when all books have been delivered for 2026 as we are ready for the back to school campaign. And also we have improved on our 30-day payment of invoices. We want to also indicate that the debate takes place when 30 buses during the Inclusive Education Month to close gaps of special schools have been given to our schools in the province. We have dealt with the issue of the loss of capacity and movement and retirement of educators by making sure that we are getting younger teachers and they are being mentored, but also we have got a teacher development orientation program in place. We understand the issues that they've raised on the merging of school and prioritizing, but we have learned through the committee that it's not one size fits all in terms of the special schools, so we will improve. We have taken note in terms of the infrastructure for the special schools and will keep the house updated. The communities are growing, and so the number of the children change. They never remain the same. So we don't deal with the issues of saying the schools are overcrowded. We also need to accommodate the growth of the communities. The ECD, we have increased the rates on building capacity. We have got 61 graduates on the ECD space. 55, they graduated on the first 8 program, 51 on basic computer skills from all our 10 districts. We continue, Chairperson and the members of the committee, to want to improve the target, but there is continuous discussion with the universities, especially on those that are on the bursary, to improve on the qualification of teachers as they continue to work in our communities. EXCO has taken a decision on supporting us with the program of infrastructure together with the Treasury, where we will improve on bringing in brick and mortar instead of giving our schools mobile classrooms. So, Honorable Speaker, as a department, we are ready to give accountability, and we also allow counseling by the committee and also new ideas on the improvement. The ANC government is at work. There is never any chasing if the car has stopped. Because the ANC government is a moving car, then that is why now there is a lot of challenges that can be identified because we are moving. We want to say thank you so much to the chairperson and the members of the committee. Our schools are giving us the feedback that when you do oversight, you are able, on behalf of this house, be able to talk to them proper and also to be able to give us feedback. Education remains a societal matter. We want to take this time to say thank you to the Honorable House, to the support that you give to us as a department. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. We're just straight to the point. Honorable members, we are now proceeding without wasting time to item 7.7. We'll request the chair of the committee, Honorable Champ Spuru, the chairperson of Coxstar, to come and present on the consideration and adoption of the following report of the Portfolio Committee of Coxstar, both 7.1, 7.7.1, and 7.8. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move for consideration and adoption of the 2024-2025 annual report of the Department of Coxstar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any seconder to the Honorable Mhlope?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, Dr. Makurupecha. Greetings to the Provincial Secretary, Musanda Madaje, and honorable members. My name is Honorable Mikloti Mhlope Ethel. I rise to second the 2024-2025 annual report as presented by the chairperson, Honorable Sipuru Champ. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mhlope, Chair. The next presentation is 7.8.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move for the consideration and adoption of the first 2025-2026 first quarter report. Thank you.
Any seconder to the report, honorable members? Honorable, I can't see at the back next to you, Honorable Machoman.
Thank you very much, Dr. Speaker. Honorable Makurupecha, I, Majomane Asnath, I rise to second the motion that was presented by our Honorable Chairperson Sipur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honorable member. Without wasting time, we shall now refer to the speakers list. The person who's opening the debate, it's Honorable Pokane Maudu Johannes, is opening the debate. Honorable Pokane, you have got 10 minutes.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Speaker and Deputy, the ANC Provincial Secretary in our midst, the Chief Whip and his Deputy, the Chair of Chairs and his Deputy, the MECs present in this House, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Speaker, today's sitting of the Legislature coincides with the conclusion of the G20 summit that was held in our country, and the first one to be held in an African country. We applaud the government led by the President of the country, President Matamela Ramaphosa, for the successful hosting of this crucial event. It would be amiss of me, Honorable Speaker, not to congratulate our President for dealing with all matters relating to the event with aplomb. The challenge posed by the refusal by America in the person of President Trump to participate in the event in an effort to scupper the hosting of this summit and denigrate the standing of our country before the nations of the world was adeptly collapsed by the president. The president has demonstrated his political mettle and prowess in the excellent manner he negotiated the process as well as the conclusion of the summit, subverting all the hurdles deliberately thrown at the process. We applaud the leaders of all the countries who graced this prestigious summit and ensure that consensus is reached on the issues that were placed on the table for discussion. Honorable Speaker, we have this legislature sitting today, a week after the successful hosting of the Taking Legislature to the People, which took place in the Skukuni district, wherein the 8 projects were visited in all the local municipalities in the district. This was subsequently followed by a week-long visit by the NCOP on their local government week in the district of Mpani, wherein a sizable number of projects were visited. That happened in all the local municipalities in the district of Mpani. These 2 events by the NCOP and Limpopo Legislature effectively demonstrate how serious these ANC-led institutions are in carrying out their mandate to play oversight on the executive authorities and holding them accountable in terms of the services that they are providing to our communities. It remains the responsibility of both the NCOP and the legislature to ensure that follow-up should be done with regard to all outstanding issues on the project visited as well as those raised in the stakeholder meetings. Honorable Speaker, allow me to remind this August House that the legislature is mandated by the provision of Section 114 of the Constitution of South Africa to ensure that all provincial organs of the state in the province are accountable to it and should maintain oversight on the executive authority, including on the implementation of legislations. Flowing from the mandate of the legislature, the Portfolio Committee on COXA has a constitutional obligation to oversee and monitor the Department of COXA on their performance indicators and priorities as well as budget expenditure as captured in their APPs. In pursuance of this mandate bestowed on the committee by the legislature, it was able to meet the department and was briefed on the 2025-2026 first quarter report on the 23rd September 2025. Madam Speaker, we can, without fear of contradiction, report to this August House that in terms of our interaction with the first quarter report of the Department of COXTA, it has performed relatively well after having achieved 85% of its overall target. This 85% overall performance resulted from the achievement of 79% in Program 1, which is administration, 62.5% in Program 2, which is human settlement, 100% in Program 3, which is cooperative governments, 100% in Program 4, which is structural affairs. On matters of the budget and performance, we can report that the department, which had received 2.6 billion for the 2025-2026 financial year, has subsequently managed to utilize 674.7 million in the quarter under review. This reflects 26% spending of the budget, which indicates good performance. And if the department is able to keep and maintain this performance, obviously it will be able to spend the entirety of its budget. Madam Speaker, it should be clear to this August House that as a portfolio committee, we remain alive to the fact that the department can still do exceedingly better than it had done thus far in terms of performance. And we impress on the MEC to ensure that happens. Madam Speaker, it is well indicated in some of the notable achievements registered by the department in the first quarter. One, we can say that the department has been able to reward the designated groups bids. This is a welcome development in our attempt to transform the economy of the province and ensure that those previously disadvantaged are deliberately assisted to improve their lives. Secondly, we can also indicate that the department has upped its representation of people living with disabilities in employment, which bodes well for the department in its endeavor to address issues of employment equity. The department has also managed to ensure that 800 asbestos roofs were removed in Seshio, and thus obviating future health challenges that would surely remain a defining feature of that area, where those asbestos roofs to remain. We would still want to implore the department to ensure all asbestos roofs get virtually eliminated from the face of this province. Honorable Speaker, we are able to report that there is reasonable progress pertaining to the construction of CRUs at Marapo in the housing units in Alto State. We also implore on the MEC and his team to fast-track the conclusion of this project and other similar projects in other districts so as to restore the dignity of our people. This long chapter must be closed without delay. Honorable Speaker, we must also know that there has been an improvement with regard to the matters of Tabazimbi local municipality as supervised by the Department of Coxta. Despite the improvement recorded, Honorable Speaker, it behooves me to state categorically that the municipality isn't out of the wood yet, and the department should ensure that they do everything legislatively possible to ensure that the municipality isn't allowed to regress or become worse off than it was even before the provincial intervention. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that the department, in terms of its failures, it has failed to ensure that they pay 100% of all undisputed invoices. We are pleading with the department, we are imploring the department to ensure that they are able to address such. Honorable Speaker, we must also indicate that the Department of Coxta has achieved an unqualified audit opinion outcome for the 2024-25 financial year, which is a continuation of a 5-year trend with matters of emphasis. As the Portfolio Committee on Coxta, although we applaud that the department has consistently not regressed, we believe that it can do more. And our expectation, Honorable Speaker, is that this department that has selected to permanently settle on unqualified audit opinion need to move and ensure that it gets a clean audit. Honorable Speaker, the other mandate of the Department of Coxta is to support municipalities. We must indicate that our municipalities have performed badly in the 2023-24 financial year in terms of audit outcome, wherein we only have 2 municipalities with clean audit. But we are saying that even though there's only one disclaimer audit outcome by Tabazimbi local municipality, which is a demonstration that the department is trying its bit, we believe that the department can do more to ensure that there is an improvement with regard to the audit outcome by all municipalities in the province. And we expect that the MEC should ensure that that happens. In our view, Honorable Speaker, as Portfolio Committee of Coxta, we will accept that there is effective support, real and effective support being given to municipalities by Coxta only by the time when that gets reflected through improved audit outcomes as well as tangible service delivery to our communities on the ground. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Pukani, for opening the debate. We'll allow Honorable Evelyn Ryan Wilson to come to the podium. You have 5 minutes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. His Excellency the President Cyril Ramaphosa recently said gingerly and to his own detriment that those municipalities that do best are not ANC-controlled municipalities. They are often DA-controlled municipalities. Now, Speaker, in the Consolidated General Report on Local Government Audit Outcomes for 23-24, the Western Cape recorded 17 municipalities with clean audits. Of the 27 municipalities in Limpopo, only 2 achieved clean audits. That was Capricorn and Waterberg District. And I'm surprised because I'm now hearing, MEC, that your PEC wants to invoke a 139.5 on Waterberg District Municipality, the one with the clean audit. During this period, though, the Western Cape municipality spent 37 million rand on consultants. In contrast, Limpopo's municipality spent more than 287 million, only narrowly pipped by the Northwest as the top spender, who forked out 344 million. Western Cape municipalities recorded 5 material irregularities. 5 material irregularities, 3 of which were resolved. Limpopo municipalities recorded 40 MIs. 34 related to financial losses of 1.43 billion. 24 were resolved. 230.8 million was recovered and 300.61 million prevented, leaving a loss of more than 1.2 million rand on the books.
Honorable Mate. Honorable Wilson, please sit down. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. 2 things. If she's going to refuse the first one, then she will have no choice but to do the second one, because I know she's going to refuse. 1, are you prepared to take a question?
I won't be taking a question. Thank you.
Like I said, I know that we're going to reject the first. Now, the second one here, because we are in the legislature and the item in terms of order paper is debate. I'm not sure whether you are doing comparison or you are debating, because you are just telling us about, what is it that you are doing there? You are telling us about 280-something million in Western Cape, 3-something million in. So I want to understand, because I don't want to be confused. Wait. So I want to understand exactly, because now we are lost here. Can she clarify that?
Order, honorable members, can we come back to the House? Honorable Wilson, can you proceed?
Thank you, and if the Honourable Marty gave me enough time, I would get to the point and exactly where I was wanting to go. At the end of the day, it all adds up to 287 million for consultants, plus 362 million under Programme 3 to capacitate local governments, the millions and millions spent on salaries and perks for municipal managers, directors, accountants, supply chain managers, and CFOs, who remain incapacitated, unwilling, or not politically and financially motivated to comply with the regulatory legislation. Speaker, poor governance in our municipalities is an ANC-manufactured challenge. Local government is responsible for driving economic growth, providing infrastructure, and delivering essential services in its jurisdiction. To do so, municipal actors regularly interact with private sector service providers, the mechanisms of which are governed by the Municipal Finance Management Act. But the lack of internal legislative compliance and consequence management mean these interactions can easily be exploited. Role players inside and outside of municipalities have formed corrupt networks and processes that facilitate personal benefit. These are organized and maintained over time. Influence is gained through irregular appointments, nepotism, and patronage. This influence is used to manipulate and exploit legitimate systems for personal gain, and the illicit activities are abetted or protected by either administrative or violent means, or both. The more organized, normalized, and profitable corruption becomes in municipalities, the less incentive there is for good governance. Under the ANC government in Limpopo, reward for maladministration, rather than facing consequences, is the rule rather than the exception. A relevant and vulgar example is the coveted position in this institution, currently being held by someone who was dismissed from a municipality after a disciplinary committee found him guilty of 18 charges, including gross misconduct, failure to pay salaries of municipal employees as per schedule, continuous poor audit outcomes. There were also gross dereliction of duties, gross dishonesty emanating from the contravention of several sections of the MFMA and the SCM Act. He failed to account for a staggering 210 million conditional grant which was allocated to the municipality. But he sits in this house. The implications are serious and directly affect the daily lives of people in Limpopo, with health, sanitation, environmental, and economic consequences. And I could go on indefinitely, Speaker, but I will close. Finally, the DA wants to say, we applaud the Auditor General for her landmark decision to issue a certificate of debt on a municipal manager for a material irregularity. This will hopefully deter officials from engaging in self-serving party interests while neglecting their mandate to serve the people. I thank you.
We shall now, honorable members, order in the House. We shall now afford an opportunity to Honorable Member Mapoulo. He has got 7 minutes from now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makurupecha. I hope she will be a doctor next time, the chief whip and the chairperson of chairpersons, economic freedom fighters, our ground forces, and fighters out there. ANC. Honorable Speaker, the department was allocated 2.6 billion for 2025-26 financial year during that period under review. But what impact? We have no support from the municipalities, 2.6 billion. Also the royal houses, by law, as I speak right now, they don't have also medical aid, and I think you'll come to our senses and make sure that our royal houses get medical aid. And also, the provision of electricity and building of houses for the people of Limpopo. Honorable Speaker, while the Department is comfortable with stagnant audit outcome, the EFF is disappointed that the department achieved an unqualified audit opinion 2024-2025 financial year with continuation of 5-year trend with matters of emphasis. This is disturbing trend because it is clear that there is no political will by those who are at the helm of the Department of change the status to clean audit. And I hope because your secretary today is here, you will think twice. Either some of you are going to be taken out of the office. It should be noted by the House that recurring findings related to supply chain documentation, performance information accuracy, and irregular expenditure resolution which require urgent attention. Honorable Speaker, like all other departments of the administration, consequence management is not strictly enforced. Hence, we continue to see recurring of these anomalies in every financial year. The EFF is also concerned about over-reliance of consultant for annual financial statement completion by the department and its municipalities. What the hell? The use of consultants for financial reporting moved from 279 million to 2022-23 to 278 million. And in 2023-2024, municipalities appointed consultants due to lack of skills and or vacancies in finance unit. Government spend billions on consultant, a cost that does not always translate into improved performance in areas like financial reporting and audit outcome. Focus on external consultant can neglect the need to build internal expertise, and this creates a cycle where government departments become dependent on outside help, undermining the goal of self-sufficient public service. Honorable Speaker, it is concerning that during the period under review, 2024-25, processes and procedures were not in place in the department for efficient use of institution assets as required by Treasury Regulation 10.1.2, which means that assets in this department cannot be accounted for. Furthermore, specific information systems were not established to enable monitoring of progress made toward achieving target, core objectives, and service delivery as required by public service regulations. Honorable Speaker, key projects including Marapon CR and Alto State RDP in Lephalale, Chikota in Vembe, and Talani in Mopani remain an elephant in the room, but the person is still in the office. The shenanigans in this project remain glaring to the public while the government fails to complete this corruption-infested project. Can we get a breakdown of the number of rural and urban housing units, enhanced people's housing process, and military veterans? Can we also get an update on the Khata Commission, outstanding matters before the House for resolution, challenge in court or family dispute regarding recognition? Honorable Speaker, the Tubatse and investigation is the elephant in the room again. Some of the culprits in this corrupted project are without shame sitting here with us today. Today, the Tubatse land investigation report is not being implemented, and we ask ourselves why. Who are you covering? Why the coverana? Ka gore le covera tšhelete ya ho utswiwa bao ba tshwanetse gore ba seke ba ye tronkong ka pela le gona mokgwanatsi wa nyakega poleke. Furthermore, it is disappointing that this 10th year since community residential unit or social housing unit in Marapong, Lephalale were under construction, the same years that we have been in the office, 10 years, Marapong Yapal. This project started during the 5th administration and is now overlapped into the 7th administration. Shame on you, Leapalelwa, Lekochi. Honorable Speaker, we demand that the department furnish us with the Tabazimbi municipality service delivery, stability, and good governance after the by-elections. It cannot be business as usual in this municipality because the person at the helm, I think, is either benefiting. There's a hell of throwing javelin in terms of all these consultants, and even I think you have shares in some of the areas of Tabazimbi. The reason why things are not shaping up. The Mushata Stadium in Mogalakwena has stalled, and we're told that the money is finished. The pervasive and detrimental nature of corruption in this notorious municipality is widespread and severe negative impacts on public services. And Honorable Speaker, I will request you to add more time on this department like you did with education because it's the life of our people. The MEC, Unonaba Kakua, o ja dithotse a ne bothata le ge tšhelete e felelela bjanong ke kgopela gore mongwaledi wa mmona šo wena šo o a palela. Thank you very much.
Honorable Mapoulo, the minutes are not determined by the speaker, but they are determined by the programming committee. Thank you so much. We shall now call upon the MEC of Coxstar, Honorable MEC, or the chair. I apologize, Chair. I nearly jumped you. Honorable Sipur Mahabo, Champ, the chair of the committee, to close the debate. You have 10 minutes to close the debate. I really apologize.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and Deputy Speaker, the Chief Whip and members of the Waipari, the Provincial Secretary of the ANC in Limpopo, Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive Council, Chair of Chairs and your Deputy, Chairpersons of committees, esteemed members of the Limpopo Provincial Legislature, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In his closing remarks at the historic G20 summit held on our own turf from the 18th to the 23rd of November 2025. The President of the Republic, who happens to have roots in Limpopo, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, quipped that, I quote, South Africa's presidency marks the first time that the G20, just one moment, that the G20 has been hosted on the African soil, adding that, building on the developmental agenda of previous presidencies in Indonesia, India, and Brazil, we have prioritized the issues that matter most of developing countries. Honorable Mapolo would want to disrupt or disorganize me. He knows where I'm going at. Even the president of the EFF, Julius Malema, commended our president for his steadfast and zelo. Honorable Mapolo and his partner in crime, Honorable Wilson, think that we are here to while away time. They ignore real issues, and I understand why, because their mandate is to refuse any progress that is made by the ruling African National Congress. Wait, Honorable Mapolo, your time is coming. Honorable Mapolo and Honorable Wilson, despite the challenges that affected the community residential units in Marapong, in Lepalale, despite that, we are pleased to report that at last, and to the amusement of Honorable MEC Biskop Makam, who nearly earned the sobriquet name of Marapong. You will recall that Honorable Mapolo and his team from the EFF wanted to give you that name, and unfortunately for them, it won't stick because all 514 units are roofed with finishes, and the installation of engineering services is in process with a planned completion date of March 2025. This is real progress that we need to appreciate. Honorable Mapolo, you won't disrupt me. I'm on the podium. To accommodate the previous hostel dwellers at Alto State, who cannot afford the rental housing units at Marapong, the department has appointed 2 contractors to construct 200 housing units at Alto State. And the project is progressing well, and even Honorable Mapolo was there when we visited the area. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, let me come back to the issue of allow me, Honorable Speaker, to commend the department again for sustaining an unqualified audit outcome. This achievement reflects commendable effort and commitment to sound financial governance. It is encouraging Honorable Mapolo and Honorable Wilson to note that there were no material findings on the department's annual financial statements, and that the number of material findings has decreased compared to the previous audit. This trend signals improvement in financial management practices. However, the committee bemoans lack of progress in elevating the audit opinion to the next level. You can see, Honorable Mapolo, where you are right, that we need to elevate the audit opinion from unqualified audit to qualified. We agree. We need to acknowledge where things are going well. We urge the department to intensify its effort towards achieving a clean audit outcome. Nothing more, nothing less. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, royal leaders remain a powerful component to bring about unity and social cohesion in our communities. They have always been part of governance since time immemorial. The hated evil apartheid regime of the grandparents of Honorable Wilson attempted to use them to implement oppressive policies of apartheid, but the vast majority refused to be blind royals. The institution of Mahoshi continued to provide guidance to our communities.
Honorable Spuru, please sit down. Honorable Max, when we raise a hand, you raise a hand sitting down. I will acknowledge you. You don't have to stand up. Yeah. You raise a hand, I note you, then I give you an opportunity to speak, then you stand up. Now it's your opportunity, you can raise your point of order.
Honorable Speaker, to refer to the grandparents of Honorable Wilson in that manner is unparliamentary, and I would request that the honorable member withdraw. Her grandparents were never in this house, and he does not have any proof to that effect that her specific grandparents were here. If that is the way in which we are going to treat each other, we can do the same, but it's not proper to insult here.
Honorable Max, I didn't hear what you are talking about. I will refer the matter to go and listen to the recording. We'll bring the report in the next meeting. Honorable Spur, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The department has fulfilled its commitment to procure vehicles for traditional leaders. 161 of 162 vehicles have been handed over to the senior traditional leaders. Delivery of the remaining one vehicle is expected during the second quarter of the 2025-2026 financial year. Furthermore, in continuing to modernize the sector, the department is continuing with the construction of traditional council offices. Procurement of furniture for 2024-2025 has been awarded, and delivery is expected during the second quarter of 2025-2026 financial year. We applaud these efforts by the department, and Honorable Wilson must understand that this is progress made. The perceived antagonistic relationship between government and royals must fall. To this end, the Portfolio Committee has set up a session with the Executive Committee of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders to discuss the Provincial Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Bill and antecedent matters tomorrow, Wednesday, the 26th of November, 2025, starting at 10. This meeting should lay a good foundation to improve the relations between the government and royal leaders and thereby help expedite service delivery. This is a sign that Dilodi Chenchije, a concept used by the Limpopo Premier, Dr. Popira Matuba, to mark a new era of socio-economic transformation and service delivery in the province. When Honorable Wilson was either debating or making a comparison, She spoke well about the Western Cape. We were there with the NCOP. We visited a number of areas. There was sewage spillage all over the shore. And the officials of the city of Cape Town, as well as those of the provincial department, were nowhere to be seen. They ran away. They didn't want to account. So you can't come here and tell about things that you think we don't know. We were there and we know what's happening. Yeah. Madam Speaker, the department was able to achieve a reduced vacancy rate by 5.1% against a 10% national norm as at the end of the 2024-2025 financial year, mainly due to the progress recorded in filling the advertised post. This is a move again in the positive direction. However, the department is still experiencing challenges of gender representative decline. In other words, as and when they want to close the gap, they take long to fill the post left by female managers. My time is up, and I would want to thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ra leboga the chair of the committee for closing the debate. It is now an opportunity that we shall allow the MEC, Honorable MEC Makamu, to respond to the debate. Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much. That apology will be listened to after. Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, MECs, I will not take long. We acknowledge the guidance we get from the Portfolio Committee members. We agree about the audit outcome that we have been stagnant on unqualified audit opinion, and we should improve so that we can lead by example to our municipalities. But it is not correct that also all the departments in the province are using consultants. It's only municipalities which we have got the reduction strategy, working with my colleague MEC for Treasury to reduce, and you will be able to see. And Honorable Wilson acknowledged that we are not necessarily, number one, we are reducing. But the issue of Tabazimbi stability, we are working so hard to make sure that that municipality is stable under the leadership of the DA for quite some time. We are doing corrections there, and we will hope to. The issue raised about comparison, I was part of the NCOP week. I was in Philippe, if you know Honorable Wilson. I went there to be showed a project of housing. We could not even see a slab. We could not even get a councillor. We could not even get an official from Human Settlement. In fact, the DA-led tried to block us to going to the venue where we're supposed to. Last week, there was NCOP here. The DA was part of the team that went to the projects that we have ourselves, and that is better good governance and what we are talking about there. The other issue I want to raise is about the issue of Kata Commission. We are busy, Honorable Mapolo, to implement them as we are able to see those which are implementable. But also the payments of salaries of senior traditional leaders is the responsibility of the president in terms of the remuneration of office bearers. The issue of the government of the province, whether we want to pay pension or medical aid, we can't do that. It's the responsibility of the president to do that. That's what cut across. The issue of Mukalakwena Municipality, Mushate Stadium, you will have noted even yourself that since we intervened, like Honorable Wilson, go and read the Constitution of this Republic, Section 139, subsection 5, which MEC Mawai spoke about. You read it, understand where you will have problem. In the portfolio committee will clarify you better. We are busy supporting Waterberg District Municipality in order for them to do a financial recovery plan. We are not placing it under administration. Administration, it's only when you implement Section 139. One, it's either A, B, or C, but we are on subsection 5. Go and read, you will be able to understand. Thanks very much, Honorable.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, for closing the responding to the debate. Order, honorable members, this side and yeah. Thank you. Your voice is too loud, Honorable Max. Unfortunately. Honorable members, we are now at item 8. Item 8. The following questions have been responded to and responses have been published on the ATC dated Monday, 24 November 2025 and are therefore disposed of. 8.1, question 58, 2025 for written response was responded to by the Honorable MEC for Provincial Treasury. 8.2, question 57, 69, and 72, 2025 for written response was replied for by the Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development. 8.3, question 7, 13, 14, 15, and 42, 2025 for written response were responded to by the MEC for Education. 8.4, question 72, 2025 for written response was responded to by the MEC for Sports, Arts and Culture. As I've already said, therefore, these questions have been disposed of. We now go to item 9, NCOP business. 9.1, the motion for the ratification of conferral for final voting mandate to NCOP permanent delegates. Honorable the Chief Whip. The Deputy Chief Whip, over to you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Dr. Speaker. Allow me to move for a motion for the ratification of the conferred final mandate to the NCOP permanent delegates. Honorable Speaker, on Tuesday, 28th October 2025, when the House was not sitting, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance, Human Settlement, Traditional Affairs held a meeting to consider and adopt a report on the Independent Municipal Demarcation Authority Bill. The final mandate on this bill was due to the tabling at NCOP Select Committee on the 4th of November 2025. In light of the above, Rule 236 was invoked in order to allow the Honorable Speaker to confer final mandate to the permanent delegates and to vote in favor of the bill. I therefore move that this August House resolve to ratify this mandate as already conferred in terms of the Rule 236. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Munama. The Deputy Chief Whip, any seconder to the motion? You are seconding, Honorable Wilson. Okay. Honorable Spopela.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second the motion that ratifies as stipulated by the Deputy Chief Whip. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Wilson.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for the records, that the DA objected to this bill. We rejected it in the portfolio meeting and we continue to reject it. We will not support the bill. I'd like that on record. Thank you.
The objection of the DA will be recorded accordingly. Can we now proceed, honorable members? 9.2. 9.2, the Chief Whip motion the designation of special delegates to NCOP plenaries. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Mapolo. I rise to table a motion for designation of special delegates to attend NCOP hybrid plenary scheduled for November and December 2025. Honorable Speaker, the NCOP has scheduled a hybrid plenaries and provinces are required to designate special delegates to attend these plenaries. In terms of Rule 226, subsection 1, I therefore propose that this House designate the following members as special delegates to attend NCOP plenary. Firstly, the first plenary is to deal with the question to the Deputy President, which is sitting now, where the the Speaker, Dr. Makurupeje, has to attend, Honorable Mamrobela, the Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Mukhonyana, the Chief Whip. The second plenary is to consider various reports on NCOP, select committees, reports on the select committees on economic development and trade, report on the select committee finance on the provinces, economic and budget performance, and the report of the select committee on social development on an oversight visit to the Eastern Cape province and others. And the following honorable members, Honorable Mukaba MA, Honorable Pedi MS, Honorable Mate SM on the 27th in a hybrid form. The third plenary is to deal with a question to cluster 5A, economics, that's a trade, industry, and competition and small business development. This is scheduled for the 2nd of December at 14 hours in a hybrid form where Honorable Mukaba, Honorable Majumani GT, and Honorable Slani will be attendees on behalf of this August House. The fourth plenary is to deal with the annual address by the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa and the debate thereafter, which is scheduled for the 4th of December in a hybrid form, where we are expecting Honorable Speaker Dr. Makurupeje, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mamrobela, and the Honorable Chief Whip Mukhonyana. The last plenary to consider the division of the Revenue Amendment Bill of 2025 on the 17th December at 10 o'clock visually. We are delegating and designating Honorable PDMS, Honorable Selani, CPD, and Honorable Rakhwali CN to be in attendance of these critical meetings. Thanks very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Any seconder? Honorable Rachweni.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to you, the Honorable Premier, the leader of the African National Congress in the province, Nobala, Kwamsanda Matach. Naki emelela mo go supporta the motion ka moka je di boletšego mo ke Deputy Chief Whip ya rena Ntate Honorable Kanyane. Ke a leboga.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. I want to clarify 9.1, where the motion was the ratification of the conferral final voting mandate. The objection of the DA does not represent Limpopo Legislature. It's just recorded. As Limpopo Legislature, we have adopted that we are voting in favor of the bill. Thank you so much. I just wanted that to be clarified so that, yeah. Thank you so much. We now proceed. Honorable members, item 10, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip announcements. Deputy Chair of Chairs. Today I'm confusing you guys. I apologize, Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise on the protocols already established. Honorable Lobaka Mamo Sonyo Rumpiche Tatana Madlesa Kaur
tlo tsebiša di mona. I rise to make the following announcements, Honorable Speaker. The first is that the Limpopo Provincial Legislature will be hosting the People Living with Disability Sectoral Parliament on the 27th of November 2025 at Bolivia Lodge in Polokwane. The second is that the legislature will also be hosting the Provincial Men's Sectoral Parliament on the 5th of December 2025 at Karibu Lodge in Tzaneen. Three, that the next sitting of the legislature will be held on the 4th of December 2025 here at Lewagomo Legislative Chamber. Lastly, and most importantly, lunch shall be served at committee boardroom. Thank you very much.
Indeed, the announcement that the Honorable has made that there will be no sitting on the 2nd of December on the basis that the Portfolio Committee responsible for Provincial Treasury will still be busy in terms of processing the budget adjustment process. So the sitting will be on the 4th as announced. On that note, honorable members, we take this opportunity to thank all of us that were in this sitting. No matter it has taken too long, but we were able to conclude the business of the day. We are now saying to all of you, thank you so much for being part of us. The sitting stands adjourned until the 4th of December 2025. The sitting stands adjourned. Thank you so much.